Hello and welcome to the official start of Speed Weeks. It's qualifying for the 15th running of the Elite Daytona 500. I am James Watson, joined with my broadcast partners, Zach Evans and Dave Huckleberry. And how about it, Zach? Qualifying.
It's that time of year. We're ready to get started here with qualifying for the 15th running of Elite's Daytona 500. First car already on track. Kwame Scott will be the first to set a time during this qualifying session.
Yeah, we'll see what he has in store. Kwame, of course, a new member of the Elite Racing Leagues, trying to make his first career Elite Cup Series race. And I tell you, I think this is definitely going to be one of the contenders for that open car qualifying spot from qualifying. Kwame is obviously a very accomplished sim racer. And one of the new members of the Shift Esports as well. Oh, let's see what he has coming out of turn 4. Heading to the checker flag. And it's going to be a 50.135 for Kwame Scott. That seems to be a pretty good lap, at least compared to what we were seeing in some of the qualifying practice there, Zach.
Yeah, we'll see how that holds up, but good first time to get on the board there for Kwame Scott.
On track right now is 57 of Dylan Javier. Dylan, one of the most improved drivers in recent history, a significant contender in the development series on Tuesdays. And he's definitely starting to get a lot quicker in these Cup cars.
Get a look here at Dylan Javier as he makes his way around the racetrack.
And it is P2, a 50.164 for Javier. Now, on track, it is now, I believe, the 45 of Darren Staff. Darren, another new entry into the Elite Racing Leagues, but one we're pretty familiar with, all three of us here, from different leagues.
Indeed. In fact, he was a teammate of mine once upon a time in another league, but he has dabbled in Elite over the years. He will be attempting to make his fourth career Belly Up Sports Cup Series start. He took part in the 2024 B Daytona 500, but we really haven't seen him since that 2024 B season here in the Belly Up Sports Cup Series. And it looks like he clocked in at 50.179 seconds, so that'll be third fastest so far for Darren Staff.
Yeah, interesting to see so far. Not many people going better than Kwame Scott. Obviously, a very small sample size here. As we see Chad Turnquist on track right now. Chad, a recent rejoinee into the Elite Racing Leagues. But we've been seeing him in quite a bit in practically every Elite series, it would appear. And now something that's going to be interesting to keep an eye on as the night unfolds is comparing everyone's strategy on what line they're taking around the track. Obviously, we're used to just wrapping the yellow line, but it appears that just running about mid-track on the straightaways is what the next gen tends to like best. And new quick time, a 50.0974 Turnquist.
And of course, what's important about that early quick time, we'll say the first 25 on the list. Not all 25 will show up and make an appearance during qualifying, but there are 25 open cars battling for 9 open spots in this season's Daytona 500. And only one of those will be awarded based on this qualifying session. So whoever is fastest once we reach the charter cars will be guaranteed a spot in next week's Daytona 500.
Absolutely, and it's it's a lot more wide open this time around. Obviously, last season it was difficult for all the open cars having to go up against Daniel Falkingham and his lengthy resume. But this time around, obviously, he is already qualified in and guaranteed to be in the Daytona 500, so don't have to worry about dealing with Falkingham. And it sounds like Kurt Gibson might have been DQ'd from improper lineup procedure. At least that's what I heard. Interesting. So that's they're gonna have to completely turn their attention to the duel. Meanwhile, we see the 43 of William White on track. See what William is able to do here. Still listening to some of the scuttlebutt from the ruling on Gibson and Yoakum. Meanwhile, you see William running a little bit of a mix of the two schools of thought. He is right there in the middle of that kind of inner lane. Not quite up at the seam, but not quite wrapping the bottom right there. You see, off of turn 4, the 43 is going to put up P3, a 50.139 for William White. Now we see Frank Fodi making his way on track. One of the, I think at this rate, 50,000 Ray Bracey sponsored cars out there.
Well, that and one of 3 Fodies who will be trying to make it in as an open car this season.
Yeah, we'll see if they can use some of that Tyler Fodi knowledge to get the entire family into the Great American Race here. So now, obviously, we're following along with the real life way of doing it with just the one lap. How does that really affect and change the game plan on how you prepare for your laps? A lot of us are so used to just 2 laps going all the way around the top side and then making that second lap your qualifying lap.
Yeah, I think as in terms of preparation, I think it just kind of limits how much you can do, right? Generally the school of thought is the second lap would be quicker than the first. It's just a matter of how do you make the first, or rather the second lap quicker, and that seems to change from season to season, update to update. Is it wrapping the fence on the first lap? Is it running both laps pretty similar? Are you in fourth gear? Are you in fifth gear? How fast are you by the time you exit the pits? Because in that case, you're probably exiting the pits off turn 2, and they're not clearing black flags as soon as you exit the pit road. Just a lot of different factors that can go into a lap time, as we see Frank Foti clock in his lap time of 50.156 seconds. Just a lot of different things that go into that. When you have the 2-lap, the 1-lap's a lot more straightforward. Get on the racetrack, maybe you do something a little different on your outlap, but once you're on track, you're pretty much, like you say, maybe you go up to that seam on the backstretch, maybe you don't wash up that much, but everybody's pretty much doing the same thing for this one-timed lap.
Yeah, it would appear basically everyone is kind of copying that strategy of running a little higher on the strategies. And, this car is so temperamental, like you said. It's hard to really figure out what is the meta race in and race out with how it changes all the time. So you see Sam Boutwell, our race control, putting it P4 so far at a 50.142. Good lap for Sam.
Good lap for Sam. Next up, Dallas Myhand on track. He is now in the 88 car that last season we saw the 88 driven by Kurt Gibson. Now it'll be Dallas Myhand taking over that numeral for an independent campaign on the Belly Up Sports Cup Series this season.
Yeah, Dallas, another driver that all three of us are very familiar racing with from other leagues. And it's across the line. It's going to be new quick time of 50.092. Wow, what a lap from Dallas Myhand. And here is Mark Rabilas with is that a double numbered scheme right
yes,
there?
Yes, he has the sim stamp over the number. Getting the fact that we got Mark to actually just put the right number on his car this season is really all we ever asked for. We do the best we can. He's very, very good at photographs. Getting him to actually show up with proper banners and numbers on his race car in iRacing, not so much.
He is also very good at getting high-level college football players angry at him for whatever reason, but that's a story for another day. As we see Mark bringing it across the line, it is P3, a 50.123. Great lap from Mark. Now on track, it looks like the 4 of Nick Indelicato. And correct me if I'm wrong, but Nick used to run here a lot more, but stepped away, right? I feel like he's been around Elite prior.
Yes, he has made 66 previous Belly Up Sports Cup Series starts. In fact, I believe he might have even won one of these races.
Yeah, Nick, one of Shift Esports' finest, and that's saying something considering the drivers they have across the line. New quick time, a 50.062. what a lap from Nick and Delicato, a full 300s faster than Dallas Myhan. That is going to be tough to beat. As we see Dustin Dorr in what it appears to be, I guess, Debris' bird cousin or something.
So at the end of last season, he ran this car in a race that Gerald wasn't able to race. The Eagle's still on the car, but Gerald should be here, as far as I know. He was definitely talking. He was part of our clash on Monday night, where we saw the debut of Debris, this season's new Eagle mascot for Gerald Campbell.
And we'll see what this bird has across the line. It is P6, 50.138 for Dustin Dorr. Yeah, Chad popped over the radio and said, I thought Gerald was on track for a moment, and boy howdy, I thought the same. And speaking of similar paint schemes, I thought Ray Bracey was on track for a moment, but it is the 60 of Austin and Abnett.
I do see we are starting to get an orderly queue of drivers in the waiting room as we matriculate our way through qualifying. So let's start talking to some of the drivers we'll be seeing throughout the evening here. I'll grab Gavin Hibbs first because I think he's got to be... Or actually, no. I'm going to grab Daniel Gore first because it looks like he will be the first of these three to go on track during qualifying. Daniel, how do you feel going into this qualifying session tonight?
I feel pretty good. We did a testing session last night just to get some setup stuff dialed in, and this is probably the best I feel in solo runs, but I almost don't want to say that because you know what's going to happen now. But that's the best I feel. Whether it actually translate, we'll see.
50.148 the time for Austin and Nabnett as Jesse Racimus goes on track here. Daniel, obviously a little bit of feast or famine for you last season. What do you kind of hope? Obviously Daytona, nothing. There's no track more feast or famine than this one, especially for 500 miles. What's kind of the game plan going into tonight and next Wednesday?
I think tonight I'm really just going to try and push it. I'm going to see what we can do, what we can't do. In early practice, and it seems like these cars, the way they built the runs is a lot different than last season. So I'm just going to really test around the duels and then we'll see, try and play a bit more safe into 500, I guess, but don't die. It's simple.
Don't die. Yeah, it sounds simple enough, right? Sounds simple enough. All right, we'll let you go. Get ready for this qualifying run. Best of luck here tonight.
Thank you, guys.
All right, so that is Daniel Gore. We'll go ahead and grab Gavin Hibbs next because he's going to be going out just 2 cars after Daniel Gore in this qualifying session as we move forward. Gavin, obviously, it's a new season. I know you've got to be pretty excited to be back at Daytona to start this 2026 B season.
Oh, man, it's great to be back, after, being off for, goodness, a month and a half. But we're going to be very rusty, that's for sure.
Well, what's it got to take to kind of shake that rust off here tonight ahead of the 500 next week?
I think it's definitely going to log as many laps as I can, for sure. I mean, it would have helped to run the Clash Monday night, but, how I was feeling after work and, just passed out, missed the opportunity to race that Clash, get some experience back under my belt. But yeah, just log as many laps as I can for tonight. Hopefully we don't get wrecked out by someone's cats jumping on their coffee, but we'll we'll see.
We'll see. Hopefully the felines will stay away from the sim rigs tonight. Best of luck tonight, Gavin.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
So before we grab our next interview, quick update. We did have Jesse Racimus clock in at 50.159 seconds. Tyler Fody at 50.142 seconds. So 9th fastest for Tyler Fody so far. And obviously we see Bryce Fody on track now. We'll grab a quick word with Ty McIntosh real quick, another driver who will be going out later on tonight in qualifying. Ty just spoke with your South Shore teammate Daniel Gore a little bit earlier. How do you feel going into tonight and next week with this 500?
I mean, it's probably one of my favorite racetracks. I think play track racing is kind of my strong suit, but it would be remiss to say that after last season, it definitely didn't go the way that I would have hoped that it went. I think it's no secret. So I kind of don't have expectations. I think as long as I can get to the end of the 500 miles, and we'll see what happens tonight. That's a W for me. I just I need to click off some laps and try to not end up on the trailer every week. So.
Well, unfortunately, we spoke to you a lot on the trailer last season. A lot of it not of your doing, but how important has it been to kind of clear the fog from all of that and the frustration and try to approach this season with a fresh mindset?
It's tricky, you know. I think a lot of it has been having the last little bit of time to just not really worry about sim racing, and if I'm doing it, it's the not been oval stuff. So, and then a lot of it too is looking at the positives from last season. Like we, as a team, despite and everything not going well for us, we still did really well in team standings. Danny made the playoffs, and Ray just missed it. So, lots of opportunity for us. I think there's a lot more highlights than lowlights from last season, but we just got to build on it.
Well, I'll let you go, Ty. We have just wrapped up open qualifying here, and your teammate and boss just narrowly missed out on the open spot. 50.065 to Nick Indelicato's 50.062. So Indelicato locked in. We'll grab a word with him here shortly, but we'll let you go, Ty. Best of luck.
Thanks, buddy.
And in fact, I see Nick Indelicato has joined the booth. I apologize, Chad Thernquist, who is also waiting patiently, but we'll go ahead and grab Nick Indelicato here, who, now that we've completed the open portion of qualifying, quick time right now for Nick Indelicato. That means he is part of the show next week. I know that has to be a huge weight off your shoulders, Nick.
Yeah, that's good, man. I'm happy to be back. Honestly, I was coming in here thinking I was going to have to race my way in anyway. I mean, if you would have told me I was even going to have a shot at making it into the race on qualifying, I would have told you had a better chance of hitting a ping pong ball with a baseball bat. I mean, I seriously, I had no clue. I don't even know what I did. I was kind of eating a taco halfway through my lap and just let it rip.
Now that I guess the hard part's done, you thought the hard part was going to be making the show for next week. You've taken care of that, you know. How's that changed the approach for this dual race coming up here in a little bit? Yeah,
no, I mean, I think for me, I just have fun. I don't want to. I think this season I want to have a lot more fun than I used to. I mean, not that I'm not going to take this seriously, but I think just be more conservative and take what the race gives me week to week, and hopefully get a charter going forward, and just be here for the long haul. I've been away for about a year and a half from this league, and realistically, I think Elite's one of the best leagues on iRacing and one of the most consistent. So, yeah, I don't take it for granted, and I'm just happy to be back.
All right, well, welcome back, and we'll see how that duel goes for you, and we'll see you next Wednesday in the Daytona 500.
Appreciate you, fellas.
All right, let's see here. So, first two cars out of our charter competitors, Gerald Campbell was a 15.173. Ryan Gable a 15.131. You see him sixth fastest on the pylon there on the left-hand side. We'll grab a word now with another one of those open competitors with a pretty solid qualifying effort, fourth fastest so far, Chad Thernquist. Is that obviously not quick enough to lock your way into show, but should be a decent starting spot for a duel? Pretty good start tonight, I think, for you, Chad?
Starting up front is better than starting in the back, so we'll see how the rest of these guys are stacking up. But it seems right now even the guys with charters can't touch the top 5 in open cars, so I should be starting relatively towards the front. And my hope after I beat Kwame was to stay at the top of the pylon, but obviously that's not the case right now, so I'm going to be all or nothing for 60 laps.
Well, I mean that's the name of the game, right? Obviously, the rules have opened up a little bit with 4 open cars transferring from each duel, but as tight as this field is, you're gonna have to beat some good cars to be in that top 4. It's got to take it sounds like from your perspective, the same as mine, a little bit of aggression in this duel to keep yourself in that mix.
The aggression kind of varies, especially with how much of a lottery it is with less than 10 laps to go. The first 50 is just kind of setting yourself up to make sure you're there for it. And then the last 10 is whatever works, whatever doesn't.
All right. Well, we'll let you go. Best of luck here in the duels coming up.
Yes, sir.
So that was Chad Thurquist, 4th fastest so far. Paul Mikolajczyk is 7th fastest at 50.125. And then Gavin Higgins, currently fastest of our chartered competitors at 50.119. Still not fast enough to move into the top spot. We've got Michael Hossack on track. I'm gonna knock out one more interview, and then maybe you'll get to hear James again. Hard to say. No, nothing can be for certain. But we'll bring in David Westergreen, who was so close to locking his way into that Daytona 500 with that qualifying effort, but just a couple of thousandths of a second off. David, I know that has to be so frustrating.
Dude, I would have rather qualified last. I've always qualified so bad in this series in this particular race too. Just the single car format's never really worked for me, but oh my goodness, I get the line and I was like, well, that lap felt really good. I'm sure we'll be, 5th or 6th of the open cars here. Now we're 20 cars deep, still in the top 5 here. So I don't know, man. It's disappointing because I wish we could have locked it in, known for sure we were going to race. I feel good about the race tonight. Think we're going to be real competitive, but would have been cool to get it locked off for now and not have to worry about that for the South Shore Racing boys here. So it's been fun. I'm excited for the season though, to be in the booth with you guys. This will be the only race I'm not in, I think, but yeah.
Well, yeah, so you think this will be the only one? I know you like to run the super speedways, Talladega.
We'll see. If we make the 500, maybe not. We'll see what happens and how I'm feeling at that point. But definitely frustrated now. I thought for sure we were going to be in the back here, just trying to find our way to the front, and you're sitting on the outside of the front row. We won't make the dang race if it sits like this. So you'll have that. Here comes Danny G. We're hoping for good wind. Apparently there was no wind for me. The wind doesn't seem to be nearly as much of a factor this time. So I don't know.
I've been keeping an eye on the wind. I don't think I've seen it get above 5 miles per hour, but it has been shifting directions quite dramatically. I think that's just kind of in the slight difference we've seen, whether you're getting that wind down the back stretch or the front stretch. But it's not much of a wind. No matter. In fact, it just shifted as Daniel Gore is going down the back stretch. I just
that'd be good. 3 miles an hour.
Yeah, it just shifted from, now it's basically it went from on his passenger door to right in his face as he was going down the backstretch. So we'll see how that works out for him. But
look at this beautiful scheme for Danny G, painted by Bojo Ray Bracey. He has been painting all our cars for a couple of seasons now. They always look so good, and Danny G's clocking in down the board a little bit. That's all right. He's got the racing car. He doesn't have I had the qualifying motor apparently in the South Shore stable. But this has been fun. Here's Chad. This is another car painted by Ray. So do go contact Ray Bracey for gorgeous schemes just like this one. And
so I'm gonna ask a stupid question on the mic. I should have asked off the mic. Are you? What's your plan right now? Literally, what is your plan right now, David? Are you hanging out with us, or are you about to bounce? Talk to your teammates, or what's going on?
I can hang out with a little bit. I don't mind, but
I'm not gonna pressure you.
My initial plan was to bounce. I thought you were gonna ask what my plan was for the race if I'm starting at the front.
No.
That's what I thought.
Are you a driver or are you an interviewee?
I mean, I reckon I don't stay at the front, but I saw the clash. Good luck with that. I think you go to the front, to the back, to the front, to the back, to the front, to the back.
And I think that's what it's gonna be. Yeah, a lot of runs, try to avoid the wrecks. Yeah, get lucky. That's kind of what it's gonna take. But yeah, I can hang out in here for a little bit if you want to.
I'm not gonna. Either way, I'm good either way. I just didn't know. So let me get caught up here with what we've seen here on qualifying. Obviously, Michael Hosak was a 50.141. He's 14th fastest currently. Josh Adams clocked in at 50.130. He is 8th. We saw Daniel Gore, as we mentioned, 50.174. He's outside the top 20 currently. And then Chad Frankenfield was just on track, and he is 16th fastest at 50.145 with this gold number 95 of Gavin Hibbs now on track. So yeah, that's kind of where we are right now. And right now we haven't seen any other than Gavin Higgins. We haven't seen a charter car crack into this top 5. We'll see if Gavin Hibbs can do so here.
No.
He is
Not even in the top 10, it looks like.
19th.
No. There you go. So
Here's a threat for the pole. Right here, this is another good fast race car right here. We'll be looking for this one tonight. If it's in my duel, tough to keep behind you, but if you're following him, you're doing the right thing, I think, in this 11 car.
we almost saw him win that clash on Monday night. James had the call to the line as Matthew Weeks was closing in on Daniel Falkingham there at the end of that race, and we'll see if he is once again in the mix. Always a threat into long distance races, always a threat in the Daytona 500. We'll see as Matthew Weeks comes out turn 4 what kind of time he can put up, James.
Yeah, looking for Daytona 500 win number 4, and across line it's gonna be only P5 for Weeks, putting in a 50.110.
He had 5-mile-an-hour winds working with him that time. That was a pretty good lap. Here's Carlos, the Bobby Hamilton themed bite-sized sports. Call it a throwback, but it's kind of a homage to his Inca Cola cars from the last couple of seasons, as South Shore's brought Carlos on board this season.
And that car looks so gorgeous. We've said it a lot already. A lot of Ray Bracey glazing, but man, that car is gorgeous.
I know.
Across the field, I mean, not just Bojo, but you got guys like, like JD Designs. You've got all the shift cars look amazing. There's really not any bad looking cars in this field.
I'm with you on that. And we've also got, Sam went earlier, but we've got Sam Boutwell making his one-off start in the Joe Nemechek style from 2001. So you got the Bobby Hamilton, Joe Nemechek, Andy Petrie duo running here tonight, and we'll see if they can't get in the same duel and run together like they did in those races back in 01.
Unfortunately, it was not qualifying effort that Carlos would have hoped for. It puts him right there at the bottom of the charts.
I think
pouring Inca Cola out for the homie on that one.
See how Josh Chin has rolled up to the seam. I think Carlos was turning the wheel to the right to get up to the seam. He went a little high. The key to this qualifying stuff, and I know it, but it's never worked for me until today, is you kind of don't want to turn the wheel coming off of these corners. You just let the car drift up the track naturally once it exits the corner, and that allows you see Josh Chin pulls out off the bottom to the seam. That doesn't scrub off speed, holding the car down to the bottom, allows the car to kind of stay full song, and Chin clocks in.
P3!
Wow.
50.084.
I can't, man. Dollar Pop. Did Pop get a charter? Did I miss that?
He is a charter, yeah.
There you go. I think he got that by virtue of being really strong in about 8 or so races last season. Was able to do really well. He should be a threat for the 500 and several race wins as we race this season.
You say 8. He has. I've got to double check to see if I'm assuming they all came last season, but 4 career starts in this series, and yes, they all
was 4?
They all came in 4 starts this past season. But like you say, he was strong in almost all of them. A third in this race. A fourth at Chicagoland and a 13th at Legacy, Texas. Really, just Kansas was the oddball in the group.
And I think he was strong at Kansas and got caught up in a mess.
Right.
So that's a car to watch out for if he's going to run the entire season. And there's a whole lot of shuffling. A name, I don't know if you guys have covered it, but a name that will not be showing up tonight is Ethan Stanley, who is we do.
Yeah, we have
fine.
Pecumer and
Pecumer is on
Trey
his lap.
Holmes.
Trey is on his warm-up lap. So this is Pecumer's lap. But yeah, Ethan Stanley not running this season. Blake Reynolds not running full time this season. I think there's some window for some new race winners at times, and then there will be a window for a new champion as well, and maybe a repeat champion if it feel like it's Matthew Weeks or somebody like that. But I really like that. A guy like Tyler Pop could certainly come in and pick up a win somewhere here along the lines.
Meanwhile,
Top 10.
Pecumer, great lap for Caleb Pecumer, 50.128 for the 59, last season's Development Series championship runner-up. And again, he is another one of those drivers who has really shown some serious improvement.
Last year's winner of the World 600, Caleb Pecumer. Trey Holmes clocks in. I did not. So he's down the board. P30.
P30, 50.185. Definitely not the lap I think we would have expected from Trey, but here we go. The reigning pole sitter from last season's Daytona 500. Can Harry get the rocket ship hooked up once more? Can he get the wind?
Like you said, last year's 4D Raceware Pole Award winner for the Daytona, or last season's rather, 4D Raceware Pole Award winner for the Daytona 500. We will see if Harrison Talon can put together another strong qualifying effort here.
You see not a whole heck of a lot of wind still. Coming off of turn 4. Will it be back-to-back pole starts for the number 8? Across the line it is.
Down the board.
13.
Here's Bojo.
The man who has made many paints in this series. What does the 7 car have?
He's got a front row start in the Daytona 500. I believe that's 25A. He was able to qualify on the front row.
And it's going to be P8
Top
for
10.
Ray. 50.121.
Yeah, Bojo's going to be I haven't managed to get in a dual race with Bojo. We've been split each of the times that I've tried to run this thing, but he's a real good drafter. We always work really well together, so I'm hoping we actually end up in the same duel this time.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, here comes the Domino's delivery machine of Ethan Burrell. Ethan off a turn 4.
Another pole caliber car right here.
P3! 50.082.
This is getting real annoying. I really don't want to qualify on the front row and not be locked into the race.
I mean, keeping with realism, I'm just saying the front row has always been automatic qualifiers into the Daytona 500.
That's not how it works
It's not in
here.
this one. Yep, it's not in this
That's
one.
not how it works here. We've run into that before, actually. So.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Keeping with realism until it doesn't.
Somebody just needs to beat the lap. That's all we're looking for. Who will be a hero? I think it'll be, if I had to guess, it'd be like Daniel Falkingham maybe. But you got Ty McIntosh down here, Wadsworth, Cutlip, lots of potential culprits. Johnny Thomas, good one to potentially snag either up the pole or a front row starting spot.
Hold on. Yeah, I was about to say, this is our car that's about to set a lap here. I think. Yes.
Yep.
Across the line.
It is P12 for Ty.
Ty was a little worried about his lap last night. We did not get his car on screen fully. But that's a good solid lap, and he certainly improved on what he did yesterday in our practice session.
And then here is Trey Eidson. He will clock in at
35th.
50.189 seconds. All right. We'll go to grab Gerald Campbell now. Hello, Gerald.
Well, hello, gentlemen.
How are you doing after your being the first charter guy out here in qualifying?
Well, super great. I hit the first guy on pit road.
Well,
coming
I
off
did
the racetrack. So great. I'm doing great, There was
You'll
a
get
debris
down
though
those
in
big
the
time
qualifying.
jobs.
I understand you put debris on the race car, but you didn't have to bring out debris before this is qualifying, Gerald. What's
You
that
live
about?
by debris, you die by debris. You gotta wholeheartedly embrace debris if you're gonna race in iRacing in the Elite Series.
I suppose that's the case. So, as it stands, yeah.
If I'm debris caution, I think Chad should be like, I don't know, weather incoming, because it's a disaster no matter what. I don't know. We'll figure it out. I'm gonna have nicknames for everyone here, and at the end of the season, we'll have everyone having little titles for each other.
So Michael Goodman clocked in at 50.162 seconds. Right now we're looking at Justin Vandermeer on screen. Gerald, you are unfortunately pretty far down the list. I see you at 31st right now. So we know wherever you start in your duel, it's got to be in probably the second half of the field. You do have the charter, but what does that do for you going into this duel here later on tonight, whichever one you happen to be in?
I kind of wanted to start in the back. That way, no matter how it happens, when I win the race, I will tell them I had to have passed you to do it. If you can't do that if you start at the front of the field. That's what Fody and those other guys that start at the front of the field always have the issue is, they start at the front of the field all the time with their good qualifying and their strong speed, but you really can't, rub it in without actually going out and passing them to do it, So I feel like I'm doing it the way it was intended.
I see. Right now it's Brent Jones. Brent Jones is currently on track.
It'll be Brent, then Racimus, then Borges.
No.
Other way around. Brent, then Borges, then Racimus.
Yes.
That's
we have a spreadsheet for this, guys. Gerald,
I don't excel with those.
Oh, stop it. All right, Gerald, I'm going to get you out of here before this devolves any further. Before this gets any worse for you, but best of luck here tonight.
I'm taking up too much screen time. It's a fat joke somewhere in there.
Oh boy! All right, that's enough of him. Get him out of here. Joseph Vandermeer was a 50.225. Tate Lytle 50.140, and then we just have Brent Jones at a 50.184. Right now, Ryan Borges is on track with his qualifying effort. I'm gonna bring in the guy that David Westergreen absolutely hates the most right now. It is Ethan Burrell. Ethan, David would have really appreciated it if you had qualified at least second instead of third, and you didn't, and he's very upset about it.
Oh man.
What am I doing? What am I doing up here, Ethan? I don't know what's going on. I'm confused. I'm concerned. You should have just gotten second, so then I don't have to feel terrible that I'm just not going to start there next week. But
oh, you're good, man.
You know what's going to happen. I don't know that I did anything differently than I've done each of the last 4 opportunities of this, and well, so we'll take it, I guess. But it sure would be nice if somebody would push me back one here. How you doing?
I'm good, man. I'm good. I felt pretty good. Yeah, I know the wind's a little swirly out there, but I always feel good in these 500 qualifying, man. It's always fun time. Excitement, anticipation, getting the season started. Always feels fun.
I mentioned it a little bit earlier. We got a whole lot of guys, like new faces, some people leaving. It really might open up the front of the field just a little bit. Obviously, you'll have to contend with Falkingham, but you were really consistent last year, really strong in a lot of the races. I feel like you'll be able to snag one or two, and get back into championship contention. What do you think?
I'm hoping so. Yeah, if I can. I honestly, I was pretty darn locked in last season. I felt really good, and if I can equal or maybe even improve on how I ran last season, we got rid of, like you said, a couple guys that were pretty regularly in front of me. So if I can duplicate last season, I feel pretty good about it. We'll see, man. We'll see. It's been tough.
Tonight, I guess tonight, what's the plan? Obviously, you're going to be real strong in this race. Got a lot of teammates. You're going to start at the front, top 10, probably top 5 in your duel. Plan to stay at the front and try to go for them points there at the end and get a head start on the season.
Yeah, that's the goal. The points, they end up being a huge deal. And then I'm not sure on open car. I thought Wadsey lost his charter, but I guess he didn't.
He did not. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's actually awesome because I was fully expecting to have to be just paying attention to how he did in these duels. But if that's the case, I technically don't have any teammates that aren't locked in. So, are you? Does your time lock you in, David?
No, it does not.
No. Okay.
Super cool,
well,
right?
Let's see. Out of all the open cars, I mean, Casey Hatch. Casey Hatch is a good buddy. Going to his wedding in October. So I mean, I'll try. If I end up in spots in my duel where there's a familiar face that could use a hand, I'll work with them. But I mean, 10 points and a good starting spot for the 500 is the biggest goal for me. So I'm not gonna finish second pushing somebody to the win. I'm going for it for sure.
All right. Well, I think we'll let you go here, Ethan. Best of luck in that duel coming up here. We'll see which one of your buddy. I'm sure you're already getting DMs on who's bidding for your services here to get you to push them to the front here for 60 laps.
That's right. Yeah. I hope you guys have a good time tonight. Have some fun up here. It's good to be back.
Oh, I hear you, man. All right, so that's Ethan Burrell. Still looking for anybody to knock Nick Intellicato off the pole. Corey Abbott just now clocking in
P11.
And
P11, just outside the top 10.
Yeah, the podcast sponsored car there, Corey Abbott.
Yeah, and unfortunately, as you saw, not able to quite crack the top 10. But speaking of who we were just talking about, Justin Wadsworth, seeing what the 6 car can do in his return to elite competition.
2025 B Series. Yep, 2025 B Series champion. Took a little bit of time off last season, back in action. Has the charter.
23rd.
Does not have a super quick lap, but that's all right. We saw him in the Clash. We know he's got to be in the mix.
Here we go. My best friend right here.
Yeah. Speaking of in the mix, the reigning Daytona 500 winner, Daniel Falkingham. He has showed he knows his way around this track. What's he got in store coming across the line? It is P7.
Oh, no. Oh,
all right.
Man.
Key West's last best friend, another former 500 winner, Johnny Thomas. Can Johnny Thomas get on the pole here?
I got anybody else? Is this the last car?
Outlap because he's right on the fence. So I think we're gonna have to wait a minute to see what he can do here. Yeah, the suspense has got to last a little bit longer for you here, David. Which is fine because there's no suspense at all. You're gonna have to race the duel where we're literally just finding out how mad you are going into your duel. That's the only suspense. But here we are, Johnny Thomas, last car on track in qualifying to set our lineup for the duels. Obviously, if Johnny can qualify second, that will lock him on the front row, or first if he gets the pole here. Nick Intellicato is locked into the field. He will be locked into the front row one way or another. We'll see how this works out.
Oh, boy. I guess I shouldn't be so negative about it. If we do race my way in, then it'll be we'll start on the front row in the 500 maybe, unless Johnny is able to knock me off right here, which I certainly would appreciate.
Yes, sir. We'll see. Coming across the line, the 83 puts it.
Man.
Well, he is not in the top 10.
It's
yeah, it didn't register his
black flag didn't get cleared, I guess.
He went 0-8. 0-8.
Yeah. Well, that
puts him
would
in the top
put
5.
him. Yeah.
All right. Well, Nicky Delicato, 40 Racewear Pole Award winner for the Daytona 500. Yeah, that is a wrap on qualifying here. Commiserations, David. Best of luck in your duel, whichever one it happens to be in. We'll forget those lineups here.
I have to be duel 2, right? I have to be the pole sitter of duel 2.
Yeah, I think we know where he's going to be.
I'm absolutely the pole sitter in duel 2, I think.
I would think, but I never know with Chad, so I never say 100% because it's not like real life where it's the even cars start into second one and the odd cars start into first one because he tries to make sure they're the same number of open cars in each duel. But I have to imagine, yes, you'd lead the field in duel 2, and he'll just have to figure out which open cars are with you in that second duel. But we'll see. Best of luck with all of that, David.
Thanks, guys. Have a great broadcast. I'm gonna go root on the South Shore guys here in Duel 1, and we're gonna watch the adventure that is Chad making the lineups for this. So it should be a blast, and we'll see what happens, man. It's gonna be something else.
I think you're 100% right about that part, at the very least. I think it's going to be something else. So, while we've got a little bit of downtime before we have our duel races, let's take a commercial break here. Hopefully, on the other side, we'll have duel number 1 set up. If not, we'll probably throw up a little static screen or holding screen, and maybe we'll talk to some guys. Maybe we won't. I don't know, man. We're just here until we start doing some duel races.
The 5th annual Enjoy Illinois 300 is roaring into Worldwide Technology Raceway on Sunday, September 13th, bringing NASCAR Cup Series racing to the most challenging track on tour. Watch the world's greatest drivers battle it out in high-speed, side-by-side action. But it's more than a race. It's a full weekend experience. Whether you're a lifelong NASCAR fan or just looking for an unforgettable gateway getaway, get your tickets now at www.raceway.com.
If you've been waiting for the right time to upgrade, that time is now. Score up to $4,000 off on a 26 brand new Ford Explorer. And our Ford Explorers come with the Bolin Lifetime Powertrain Warranty. So get to Tom Bolin Ford in Hannibal. Heck of a deal, ain't it?
Blue Egg Marketing. Rev up your business with Blue Egg, your marketing pit crew. Turbocharge your lead generation with experienced drivers that can navigate the competitive track to connecting with your customers. With Blue Egg, you're always in the pole position, leading your brand towards victory lane. So don't spin your wheels, accelerate success with Blue Egg, fueling small businesses to win big.
The Lucas Oil School of Racing. Simply stated, we are the professional ranks where the quality of the equipment often dictates the outcomes, and all of our cars are designed to perform and race as close as humanly possible. None of our competitors will have an advantage from engineering tactics. Rather, you will compete on a completely level field with a score of immensely talented up-and-coming drivers, all pushing each other to reach their new heights in their respective pursuit in becoming a professional race car driver. Every year, our top-performing graduates move on to the professional racing ladders of IndyCar, F1, and IMSA. Whether drivers compete in 1 or 2 seasons of our series, when they are ready to move on, they are ready to move. The training you receive in our school is an unmatched, unforgettable, first-class education combining the very best racing instruction and education.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Alrighty, we are back, and we are back in time for duel number 1. And, well, Zach, what do you think we're going to be seeing here in duel 1?
I mean, we saw what it was like in the Clash on Monday, right, James? Definitely very easy to generate a run. Really, all 3 lanes work pretty well. I don't think we'll see 3 wide necessarily right off the jump, but if they want to, it's going to be an option at their disposal. 60 laps does make it a little bit longer race. We know there will be a pit stop somewhere in there. Number I heard was somewhere between 36 and 40 laps on a tank of fuel. So we'll see where that plays into the conversation. If we get a timely caution that takes that out of the match or out of the mix, or if we'll get a green flag stop somewhere during this duel. You know the age-old saying, of course, James. It tends to be in these situations you get one tame duel and one crazy duel. So we'll see which one we have here to start the night.
Yeah, you said it there, Zach. It really changes the mindset for the other duel. If you see duel 1 be an absolute dumpster fire, multiple big wrecks, then it kind of becomes a scared straight moment for duel 2, where it's like, okay, we're gonna take it a little more easy and wait to make our moves. But if duel 1 is pretty clean, straightforward, no real major calamities, duel 2 will be like, oh, okay, well, we can actually get pretty aggressive with it, and it seems like it'll be okay. And then everything goes to heck in the handbasket. So we'll see what exactly we get in duel 1. As I believe we're just a couple minutes away from getting duel 1 started. So we're getting a little bit of draft practice here. Seeing Scott Crump lean one of those lines. Crump, of course, with some issues in qualifying with officiating, will be having to start this duel from the back. And that's going to be interesting for everyone in this duel, Zach, because we know Scott is fast and Scott is aggressive, and oh boy, hopefully we don't see any of that.
And that'll be something that's different from seasons past with us. Normally, we've only had the one open driver racing their way into the 500 from each duel, but this season, only 34 charters for 43 starting spots. So we'll be taking 4 open drivers out of each duel alongside the fastest open qualifier, which, of course, was 40 Raceware Pole Award winner Nick Indelicato, which means he'll be leading the field to the green flag to start this duel, and hopefully we'll be able to. I know sometimes iRacing is a little goofy sometimes with these situations, but hopefully we'll be able to show you a starting lineup here.
Absolutely. It's going to be on the front row. Nick Indelicato, of course, on pole with Ethan Burrell next to him in the 37. Row 2 has the 83 of Johnny Thomas and the 88 of Dallas Myhand. The 11 of Matthew Weeks next to the 7 of Ray Bracey. The 99 of Mark Rabilas and the 21 of Corey Abbott on row 4. Rounding out the top 10, it is the 22 of Josh Adams and the 8 of Harrison Talon.
As we go back to row number 6, you see Dustin Dewar. He'll be alongside Tate Lytle on the 6th row. Going to row 7, Sam Boutwell, one of those open competitors. He's alongside Michael Hosick. And then we go to row 8, Frank Fody, one of 3 Fodies trying to race their way into the 500. He's alongside Gavin Hibbs. Back to row 9, Seth Rawls in car 25. Jonathan Cutlip will start in the 18th position in this duel. Rounding out the top 20, Dylan Haver in the 19th spot. Daniel Gore rounds out the top 20.
And on row 11, we have the 1 of Jane Racimas and the 42 of Bryce Fody. 27 of Trey Eidson and the 54 of Justin Vandermarl on row 12. Row 13, the 81 of Kurt Gibson and the 08 of Randy Oakham. Connor Thompson Gardner in the 03 next to the 84 of Rob Mooney on row 14. And rounding out the field is the 90 of Scott Crump, still rolling that beautiful Kyle Busch throwback. Now, the calm before the storm, everyone trying to gather their thoughts before 60 laps of qualifying nerves, trying to make their way into the great American sim race. See a couple of blinks there for our pole sitter. It's not exactly what you want to see if you're everyone around him. Oh dear.
No, this is fine. This is planned. They extended, I don't know why, but they extended it by 1 lap for the purpose of bringing the car single file down pit road, because that's what they do in real life and stuff.
I see. Okay,
You'll never believe who was the first person to screw up single file. Okay, so you don't actually... If they do that in real life, they hit their pit crew members, and that's bad. Because the pit crew members usually jump over the wall and run around to the invisible right side of the car to mimic the pit stop. So you don't want the driver actually pulling into the pit stall and taking out your kneecaps.
Yeah, that
Just some free advice. Just some free advice.
Yeah, that... It definitely adds to the show in a way, I suppose. But
we won't go green this time, however.
Yes, now is the calm before the storm. And you see, we have already 3 of the 4 open qualifiers in the top 10. And it's like Harrison Talon. Is Harry starting from the pits?
Somebody is. It looks like it is indeed Harrison Talon.
We'll see if that is the right strategy here. See everyone getting bunched up. And the pace car getting ready to make the hard left-hand turn onto pit road. And Nick Indelicato will lead us to the green flag. And green means go, and we are underway at Daytona for Duel 1. You see a good jump there by Burrell on the outside, doing it with not a whole lot of help around the outside. You see some gap there between him and Dallas Myhab, but that doesn't matter as Burrell is already going to drop down and take the lead of this race. Now, Myhab, yeah, you see all kinds of wiggling already. See my hand getting the shove from Ray Bracey, who's almost receiving a shove himself from Corey Abbott behind. And here comes Indelicato with a run, jumps to the outside of Ethan Burrell, trying to take the lead back. The pole sitter wants to lead lap 1 here in the duel. And it looks like he's going to do just that. He'll drop back to the bottom. Johnny Thomas, it will follow him as now Mayan in control of the middle lane as we're starting to get a third line already start to form here. Being led by Gavin Hibbs with teammate Jonathan Cutlip behind. Well, how about it, Zach? This is, I think, a bit more aggressive than we would have expected, but also kind of par for the course with what we saw from the clash.
Yeah, you know, I think we expected to see the 3 wide early in the clash because there was nothing on the line, a lot more on the line, especially for these open drivers in this race. But already you see the 3 wide early on here in duel number 1.
Yeah, a lot more on the line. We got points for some and the ability to even race next Wednesday for a few others.
I mean, points for, the top 10 finishers will receive points. So it's points for everybody, whoever finishes in the top 10 here.
Well, I was also talking about those who are only making a one-off start to where those points don't kind of really matter, like the 47 of Sam Boutwell. And speaking of Sam, he is up into the top 10 right now. We got 3 qualifiers in the top 10, not counting the pole sitter in Delgado. So right now, Ethan Burrell is leading this race, getting shoved by teammate Matthew Weeks. Whoa, little bit of side contact between Myhan and Corey Abbott there. Nothing to, a big wiggle. I believe that was in Delgado, right behind Gavin Hibbs. Oh, and another big blink for the 4-car. Oh, and he got real close to Mark Rabilas right there as well. Oh man, I'm already terrified. We're only just now starting lap 5. You see Weeks now in control of that inside lane, and he's got Debris' cousin right there behind, pushing him through, but a greater push from the 83 of Thomas to the 37 of Burrell. And here comes Hibbs. Oh, a big block from Ethan Burrell. And now here comes Thomas with a run. It's definitely quite the aggressive move to keep the 95 behind him. I suppose there's something to be said about practicing those blocks, but man, again, Zach, this is lap 6. Meanwhile, Burrell continues to lead, but maybe not for long. Here comes a move from Hibbs. He won't be denied this time, but he's got no help behind. Here comes Thomas, but a little too late as Burrell is going to clear back in front. You see Johnny Thomas, he is doing a great job pushing right now. One of the most aggressive shovers, and, not to invoke the commentator's curse, but hardly even getting those he's pushing sideways. As here comes Thomas with a run, and he's getting the shove from Indelcado. Oh, but Johnny's got to be careful. Almost got put into the middle. Oh, and Indelcado! A big block from Johnny Thomas. My goodness me. Boy, howdy, and you saw a little wiggle from Kurt Gibson right there, too. Oh, man. Oh, seeing these cars get sideways like this, it is just absolutely terrifying. See Vandermarl jumping down to the middle, in the middle of the pack, trying to get his way up towards the front. Right now, the lead open car is Frank Fody, sitting in P3. He's got the man who made his paint right behind him, Ray Bracey. Hibbs continues to lead this race, but here comes Gibson leading the inside. Kurt trying to get his way up to the front, lead this fray. Oh, you see, Indelcado and Ray Bracey getting a little too close for comfort right there. Oh, and a big move. Jumping out of the line is the 21 Abbott on the outside. Jumping out of the line to the inside is Frank Fody as Hibbs blocks them off. But here comes Abbott around the outside, getting shoved along by Jonathan Cutlip. Whoa, they got to be careful. They got a little off center right there. Whoa, a little bit of contact in the middle of the field. New race leader, Corey Abbott, with a huge head of steam from the outside lane. Look at that. They are dragging almost everyone along with them. It is single file to, I'd say, about 6-7 cars. Look at that. My God. Now, what does Corey Abbott do? Keeping an eye on the mirror, seeing what everyone else behind him is going to do here. It's the middle and the inside. Try to fight back. Right now, this could turn into a early 2000s plate race here at Daytona with the way they're looking. Corey Abbott going full Dale Jr. Pied Piper leading the outside lane. Whoa! Gibson and Hibbs getting close. You see the sparks flying off of these cars. They are slow through the corners. Whoa! Bump from Bracey into Hibbs, trying to push the 95 forward. But Hibbs having to worry about what's going on in front of him as someone dropped down in front of Hibbs. And that had to check up the middle lane. Could be a disaster. But we get through it. Oh, there again! Frank Fody up into the wall! Around goes Corey Abbott, and they all scatter through the infield grass! Oh, boy. Well, Dave, this one I think we could see coming from a mile away here. As you see the replay, Hibbs pushing Josh Adams along. You're going to see Adams bounces off it. Vandermarl down into Frank Fody, and that turns a 41 up into the 21. And all hell breaks loose from there. You see Vandermarl in the wall. Big impact. Hibbs into Abbott. You see everyone scattering, trying to avoid the wreck. And honestly, this wreck was a lot smaller than it really could have been right there. Alrighty, well, believe got another look here from the 41. There's just nothing you could do if you're Frank Fody. Like, you're getting hit from the rear. You have no way to see it, no way to anticipate it. You're just going along perfectly fine, and then all of a sudden you're looking directly at the outside wall. Everyone bringing it down pit road. We are going to take a pit stop ourselves, and we will be back here shortly.
The 5th annual Enjoy Illinois 300 is roaring into Worldwide Technology Raceway on Sunday, September 13th, bringing NASCAR Cup Series racing to the most challenging track on tour. Watch the world's greatest drivers battle it out in high-speed, side-by-side action. But it's more than a race, it's a full weekend experience. Whether you're a lifelong NASCAR fan or just looking for an unforgettable gateway getaway, get your tickets now at www.raceway.com.
If you've been waiting for the right time to upgrade, that time is now. Score up to $4,000 off on a 26 brand new Ford Explorer. And our Ford Explorers come with the Bolin Lifetime Powertrain Warranty. So get to Tom Bolin Ford in Hannibal. Heck of a deal, ain't it?
Blue Egg Marketing. Rev up your business with Blue Egg, your marketing pit crew. Turbocharge your lead generation with experienced drivers that can navigate the competitive track to connecting with your customers. With Blue Egg, you're always in the pole position, leading your brand towards victory lane. So don't spin your wheels, accelerate success with Blue Egg, fueling small businesses to win big.
The Lucas Oil School of Racing. Simply stated, we are the professional ranks where the quality of the equipment often dictates the outcomes, and all of our cars are designed to perform and race as close as humanly possible. None of our competitors will have an advantage from engineering tactics. Rather, you will compete on a completely level field with a score of immensely talented up-and-coming drivers, all pushing each other to reach their new heights in their respective pursuit in becoming a professional race car driver. Every year, our top-performing graduates move on to the professional racing ladders of IndyCar, F1, and IMSA. Whether drivers compete in 1 or 2 seasons of our series, when they are ready to move on, they are ready to move. The training you receive in our school is an unmatched, unforgettable, first-class education combining the very best racing instruction and education.
Before anyone else was talking about it, we were building it. Sim Gaming Expo, America's original, community-driven, multi-genre simulation gaming event. Experience the latest hardware and tech, meet creators, watch live competitions, and celebrate your passion with fellow sim enthusiasts. Join us September 18th to 20th, 2026 at the Schaumburg Convention Center in Schaumburg, Illinois. Be a part of history. For tickets and information, visit simgamingexpo.com.
Alrighty, we are back and about ready to get back at it. And, well, I tell you, Zach, that big wreck, what's it going to do to the psyche now? Are they going to calm down, or is it still going to be crazy as like what we've already seen?
Oh, you know it's going to be crazy. Oh, Zach's back. Hey, I can be quiet now.
Yeah, I was about to say, he's asking Zach what this wreck's gonna do. Zach hasn't seen the wreck thanks to Spectrum. I don't know what you're talking about, boss.
Well, he asked Dave or something earlier. I didn't reply.
They don't need to know that. Fake it till you make it. Don't let the audience know if something went wrong in the show.
Hey, everybody forget what I just said.
Meanwhile, we are back underway. A great jump from Jonathan Cutlip all alone, but boy, howdy, that might be too great of a jump. He might be, but he's going to get a little bit of help here from Dustin Dorr. Dusty shoving Jonathan Cutlip along. Whoa, big move from Scott Crump there to fill a tiny gap into the outside lane. Oh, here we go. Here comes Kurt Gibson. A big shove from Ethan Burrell trying to get the 81 car to the front of this race. Not quite going to get there to lead the lap. It will be Cutlip leading this one as Cutlip jumps to the outside trying to get in front of his teammate. And here comes Dustin Dorr now free to lead this lane. And look at Bryce Vody pushing him through. See a big move from Gibson. He is getting his 3 wide. He is getting left out to dry here. He will tuck back. Oh, look at the big move from Jonathan Cutlip to jump to the outside. Mother of mercy. I have no idea how he had enough room to do that. Oh, God, that was nearly big one number 2 right there. Oh, wow. And now here comes Cutlip again, and now Dorr. Oh, Dusty, he's in the sucker hole now, Zach.
Yeah, that's gonna drop Dustin Dewar. Well, Scott Crump picked him up, actually. I thought that was gonna be really bad news for Dustin Dewar, but that's gonna stop the bleeding a little bit.
Yeah. Scott Crump, Dusty's hero, as you see Bryce Vody now in front.
Oh, trouble.
Caution. Oh, see a couple cars right there dead on the apron. Michael Hosick.
And that's Randy Yoakum behind him with that practically homemade meatball flag. So obviously Randy Yoakum suffered some wheel damage or other significant damage in this incident. We'll get a look here on the replay. It looks like it starts here with contact with Jesse Racimus, and I think that's Harrison Talon to his inside, and then that kind of stacks him up. Then Michael Hosick's a weird spot there. That sticks them all 4 wide.
Oh,
the 24 and 08 are going to make contact there and shoot into the outside wall. And there's where you would see the heavy damage. Well, that didn't help the right rear either on the 08. Josh Adams, nowhere to go. He's going to get collected in this as well.
Yeah,
looks like
man.
somebody's out of shape on the apron here. I don't know if he's going to save it or not.
Near miss for Justin Vandermarl. Oh.
Yeah, nothing Josh Adams could really do there. And oh, nope. So that is Sam Boutwell that was on the apron trying to avoid the incident, I believe. Indeed it was, and as he got sideways trying to gather it up, he collects Corey Abbott in the 21 car. We'll get another look at this kind of separate incident after the fact. There you see Boutwell was on the apron trying to get away from it, ends up tagging Corey Abbott when he gets out of shape.
Yeah, that is a tough break for our race control, trying to make his way in as an open car.
I should say our usual race control. Obviously, he's not race control tonight. That would be a little bit of a conflict of interest.
Details.
Who is our race control tonight, gentlemen?
That's a great question.
It's Chad Frankenfield.
Hey.
Now, he gets to be the one giving the tallies.
Yeah, usually it's the other way around, for sure.
I bet there will be no tallies. Everything is a race.
Well, on that one, genuinely, obviously, again, I didn't see the first wreck. I don't know if anybody got a tally or not. But on that one, I think, the one we just had, I think you're going to have a hard time assigning blame to anyone in that situation.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that front. Just one of those kind of super speedway racing deals. We see that. Well, typically 1 to 2 to maybe even 3 times a race. But already we're starting to trend towards this duel being the crazy duel. So, how many notes are the runners in Duel 2 taking right now?
It probably depends. Especially our guys that didn't run to Clash, probably a lot of notes. You know, this is their chance to see what this package looks like. This is the most cars we've had on track at any point so far in Speed Weeks. Even if you tried to do some organized private practice or anything like that, you probably didn't have 25 cars to work with, right? So this is kind of the first chance we see with 25, 30 cars on track, and even that still doesn't fully prepare you for 43 cars next Wednesday, but it's going to be at least what you can expect in the second duel.
Absolutely. You see Mark Robilas leading this race. I imagine, did Mark stay out?
I believe he did.
All right. Interesting. Big strategy play from the 99. See, it looks like Matthew Weeks sliding his box a little bit. Topping up. Of course, everyone else behind, just fuel only. So, with Matthew Weeks bringing it in and topping off, that means they're probably pretty close to making it. So that is put Robilas in a bit of a difficult position. He's going to be probably doing the caution dance when we get to around lap 30 or 40 or so.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think that's got to be his best bet with this alternate strategy is, hey, he's got to maintain this track position he's given himself. Easier said than done. And then he's got to get a timely caution, or it's got to be really, really costly for him.
Absolutely. But sometimes you got to do stuff like that. And Mark is an open car. He's got to race his way in, and it's difficult to get track position with this many cars on track and this many great cars and great drivers. So just like Larry Mack always says, if you're going to follow the leader, you're going to follow the leader. Now they're all going to reach up and pull those belts tight one more time as the pace car makes the hard left-hand turn onto pit road. Mark Grabilis will lead us back to the restart zone. Green means go. We're back underway at Daytona. See, good jump from Mark. Oh, but he's got no help trying to get in front of Jonathan Cutlip. Cutlip jumps to the bottom, and Grabilis throws the block. Oh, boy. See now Cutlip trying to get the momentum from the high side, and he's getting shoved along by Burrell, and he's getting shoved out to the lead. Bryce Fody doing what he can to push the 99 through, but not quite what they need as Cutlip is all alone out in front of this race.
And of course, for Bryce Fody, his best bet was to get this inside lane moving, get Mark Reblis going towards the front. As it is, they're falling down the leaderboard of open competitors.
Yeah, he is now the first car looking in. As he is watching his teammate Dylan Avere drive past him, holding on to that final transfer spot. Now Dallas Myhan. Oh, we got cars going around! Oh, they might have saved it! Frank Fody trying to hold on. Oh, he goes down, hits Dane Racimus back up the track, and there's the caution. Oh, what a wild ride for Frank Fody right there. See, this one starts kind of early. Just gonna see. So it looks like Frank maybe trying to follow Ray Bracey through with the run. Turns down on Seth Rawls, who is still there. Yeah, you see that 41 car moving low. And they kind of get hooked together. Maybe not. Maybe Frank wasn't trying to drop down. But it is going to be contact between the two that puts Frank sideways. Seth trying to get off of him. Frank trying to hold it. He's got it. Doesn't got it. Got it. And then kind of has it. And now he don't got it. And unfortunately, Jane Racine is right there. And back up the track goes the 41, heading straight to the wall. But he kept it out of it. But, man, they're already being involved in the first wreck of the night. Chances for Frank Fody making it into the 500 not looking good right now. That car has been through a lot. We're going to go ahead and get our second break in of the race, and we will be back with you shortly.
The 5th annual Enjoy Illinois 300 is roaring into Worldwide Technology Raceway on Sunday, September 13th, bringing NASCAR Cup Series racing to the most challenging track on tour. Watch the world's greatest drivers battle it out in high-speed, side-by-side action. But it's more than a race, it's a full weekend experience. Whether you're a lifelong NASCAR fan or just looking for an unforgettable gateway getaway, get your tickets now at www.raceway.com.
If you've been waiting for the right time to upgrade, that time is now. Score up to $4,000 off on a 26 brand new Ford Explorer. And our Ford Explorers come with the Bolin Lifetime Powertrain Warranty. So get to Tom Bolin Ford in Hannibal. Heck of a deal, ain't it?
Blue Egg Marketing. Rev up your business with Blue Egg, your marketing pit crew. Turbocharge your lead generation with experienced drivers that can navigate the competitive track to connecting with your customers. With Blue Egg, you're always in the pole position, leading your brand towards victory lane. So don't spin your wheels, accelerate success with Blue Egg, fueling small businesses to win big.
The Lucas Oil School of Racing. Simply stated, we are the professional ranks where the quality of the equipment often dictates the outcomes, and all of our cars are designed to perform and race as close as humanly possible. None of our competitors will have an advantage from engineering tactics. Rather, you will compete on a completely level field with a score of immensely talented up-and-coming drivers, all pushing each other to reach their new heights in their respective pursuit in becoming a professional race car driver. Every year, our top-performing graduates move on to the professional racing ladders of IndyCar, F1, and IMSA. Whether drivers compete in 1 or 2 seasons of our series, when they are ready to move on, they are ready to move. The training you receive in our school is an unmatched, unforgettable, first-class education combining the very best racing instruction and education.
Before anyone else was talking about it, we were building it. Sim Gaming Expo, America's original, community-driven, multi-genre simulation gaming event. Experience the latest hardware and tech, meet creators, watch live competitions, and celebrate your passion with fellow sim enthusiasts. Join us September 18th to 20th, 2026, at the Schaumburg Convention Center in Schaumburg, Illinois. Be a part of history. For tickets and information, visit simgamingexpo.com.
Alrighty, we are back and we have our first retirement already. The 08 of Randy Yoakum. 6 laps down, he is done for the night. And unfortunately, being an open car, that is his speed weeks over. Heartbreak for Randy Yoakum. Meanwhile, we'll reset the top 10. Scott Crump and Dustin Dorr on the front row with Dallas Myhan, Mark Robiles, and Kurt Gibson in the top 5. Ray Bracey, Josh Adams, Trey Eitzen, Nick Indelicato, and Jonathan Cutlip, the top 10. 4 open cars in the top 5 as the pace car makes the hard left-hand turn on a pit road. Green means going. We're back underway at Daytona. Scott Crump with a good jump from the outside will drop down in front of the 32. See, right now, that really hurt the outside lane. They're trying to get the energy built back up. The 7 getting shoved by the 27. Eisen trying to push Ray Bracey back up to the front. You see all kinds of wiggling as they are giving it their all. Here comes Cutlip and Harrison Talon jumping out to make it 3 wide around the outside. That's going to slow their progress. That's exactly what you want to see if you're anyone in the top 4 right now. Oh, here comes Kurt Gibson jumps out in front. Big move from Gibson, now jumps all the way up to the high side, and here comes Indelcado, the pole sitter, making his way back up to the front for the first time since the opening laps. Oh, big wiggle from Nick right there. Oh, maybe a small bump from Mark Rabilas. As here they come, that's a big run through the middle. Oh, big sideways. Oh, and Indelcado blinks again. Oh, and he jumps up to the outside. Indelcado really working the lanes right here. Meanwhile, a little further back, Tate Lytle, he is pulled out and jumped to the back of this pack. He wants no part of what he's witnessing. Another big move from Indelcado to block the run on the high side. Oh, here comes Crump. Oh, Justin Dorr drops down, has a hold on to it, and he still got it. But nervous moments for everyone in the back of this pack. So far, we stay clean and green still. And in fact, here comes Justin Dorr back to the back bumper of Scott Crump. Gives Crump the bump, but meanwhile, they are fourth as look at the top three breakaway from Indelcado, Gibson, and Jonathan Cutlip. One of the weirdest law firms you'll ever hear. Meanwhile, Ray Bracey, he's going to drop down to the bottom. Move the number 7 to P3, but here comes the teammates leaving Nick Indelcado alone. Big move from Ray Bracey, jumps behind Cutlip. And Indelcado is dropping, waiting to get help from the 32 of Dorr. As Bracey is giving help to this. They're getting help from the 90 of Scott Crump, rather. Oh, they're scattering. We were 4 wide for a second. Things are getting really confused and chaotic in the middle of the field. Oh, man, Zach, this is hard to even figure out what's going on here. You got cars moving all over the place. I don't think anyone knows what they're trying to do out there right now.
There's a lot of mobility. There's a lot of the car, all 3 lanes work. We talked about it during qualifying, which is a blessing and a curse sometimes with the runs we're getting. You can, if you want to go to the front, you can, but when you get a handful of guys all kind of working towards that objective, it's really hard, really challenging to not get the wires crossed and end up running into somebody or hooking somebody or whatever the case may be. We've definitely had some close calls early on here, and we'll see how this run progresses. As now as Johnny Thomas is jumping to the bottom of 3 wide, he's got to try to get to the lead here.
And it looks like he's going to do so. Jumps up in front of the outside.
Oh, Lord, have mercy.
That got... Yeah, that got things real crazy there on the outside. I thought for sure that might have been big one number 3. As Johnny Thomas is still holding the lead of this race. He's got Crump behind. Ray Bracey there at third, but Crump looks to the outside. Bracey will follow him. Johnny Thomas trying to find some help, and he'll get that help from Gibson. Oh, Kurtwood maybe wanted to jump in front of his teammate, but did not have the time or the moment. Oh, a big wiggle from Trey Hudson right there. Thankfully, he had enough room to go down and gather back up. Otherwise, that might have been Bojo up into the catch fence. You don't want to see any flying kitties here tonight. Thomas still controlling the middle lane, but goodness gracious, like, what do you do if you're the race leader? You can't block any lane, really. The runs are so massive. You're just really hoping for the best. Meanwhile, you see the outside lane, it's pretty much gone. Just 3, now 4 cars. Got a car bringing it onto pit road. I think that might be, is that Josh Adams on pit road right now?
He is showing us on pit road on the scoring pylon, yes.
Okay. Not sure what is going on with the 22. Meanwhile, you see Scott Crump is taking back the lead. Oh, we got cars scattering once again. The anxiety ratchets up. I can pronounce words, I swear. Meanwhile, Kirk Gibson all alone in the middle, in the sucker hole. He's got a few rows back to Dustin Dorr. Big move from Dorr to cut off Gore. And that was out of turn 4. I'm a poet and I didn't even know it. Meanwhile, you see, look who it is, Matthew Weeks, making his way up to the front. He is now the race lead. Oh, more scattering as Dustin Dorr stuck the nose out, was maybe looking to take a 3, but pops back in line for now. Meanwhile, Hibbs is taking it 3, but Gavin Hibbs, that is a big center punch on the front of that 95 car. He is not who you want leading that lane. Just waiting for the next run to start here. You see Gore looking, but says not yet. Oh, look at the shove Crump is giving to Matthew Weeks. And there he goes. That's exactly why. Pushed him out and take the run to jump out and use it. Scott Crump back to the lead. Meanwhile, Josh Adams has called it a night. No real worries for the 22, though, as he is a charter. So he is still going to be running next week in the Daytona 500. Meanwhile, oh boy, Scott Crump being left out to dry. There goes the teammates. I think teammates at any rate. It's hard to tell with some of the fueled up cars at this point, but Burrell and Cutlip, they are leaving Scott Crump back. And now Crump is working with what seems like for this race his good friend Dustin Dorr. Okay, thank you. So I was actually right for the most part. Sweet. Meanwhile, oh, Rex Run gets turned in front of the field. And we are still green. Oh, big hit for Daniel Gore. The 69 car is demolished. Oh,
that has to throw his first yellow.
That has to be a caution, right? There we go.
And there
Dad
is
threw his
the
first
caution.
yellow.
And I see one of the open cars, Bryce Fody. Gavin Hibbs wants us to take a look at his onboard. You see shove from Crump, off-centered, around goes the 42. Oh, man, and you see... Oh, no. Yeah, Daniel Gore. That car is big junk.
I think it may have caught Harrison Talon on the left front when he bounced off the inside wall as well. I had, back in my cup racing days, I had a wreck very similar to Daniel Gore's there in a duel I ran, and fortunately that was the season I had a charter, and fortunately for Daniel Gore, he also has a charter, because I have a feeling his night might be pretty much done after that. We'll see.
Yeah.
We saw in the Clash that the cars are pretty durable in terms of, as long as you don't meatball it, you can ride around with a lot of damage and stay in the draft, but I fear he may have broken something pretty important there. We'll see.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he broke the toe link, the control arms, the engine, his spinal cord. Probably gave himself a hit of the brain scramblies too. But other than that, I think Daniel Gore is perfectly fine. And you see right there, that was a big impact. Kurt Gibson into the 42.
Broadcast, I my pants.
There you go. That's what
Yeah.
Gavin Hibbs had to say.
Well, that took a lot of open cars with it. Bryce Fody involved, Gibson, I think Sam Boutwell. In addition, I think Dallas Myham might have gotten away with it scot-free. I don't think he actually hit anything. And Mark Robilas as well. I don't know if it was really a lot of damage on the 99 car, but yeah, that potentially could be race ending for the 42. Well, meanwhile, Jonathan Cutlip is your race leader here. And despite all that, all of his struggles, Frank Fody is currently the highest open car in P7. That's the thing about plate racing, just survive and you never know what can happen.
Rob Mooney is currently ninth. He didn't even set a time in qualifying. He was still trying to get home from, I'm assuming, work, but certainly he was not home during qualifying. Basically loaded in time and only just in time for duel number 1, and now he's sitting at a spot where he could race his way into the Daytona 500. Obviously 21 laps away from the finish. It's far from over for him, but he's in a good spot right now.
That he is. The next two open cars appear to be Dewar and Dallas Myhan. Sam Boutwell is still on the pits. Bryce Fody looks like he's back out on the track on the lead lap. Fortunately, one lap down for Mark Robilas, so he is really doing the caution dance here, hoping to get the lucky dog.
It's worth noting, obviously, we will talk about, and we're really not going to spend too much effort discussing beyond fourth for the open guys, because those are the guys that quote-unquote race their way in tonight. But technically speaking, if you're one of those open guys, even if you get involved in these incidents, you want to try and finish as high as you can, because it's always possible somebody who races their way in or has a charter, something comes up between now and next Wednesday, and they're unable to start the Daytona 500, and then you start looking at alternates, and that'll go by highest finishing of the open cars between the two duels not already locked in the field. So you want to get as high up as you can. You don't want to call it a night until absolutely the car can't go anymore, because you never know if you might end up as that first or second alternate in, should somebody not be able to race next Wednesday.
Absolutely. Again, you just never know what could happen. You don't want to take your foot off the gas and then think, man, if I just kept digging a little more, I might actually be making my way into the big show. As the pace car getting ready to make the hard left-hand turn on the pit road. Jonathan Cutlip will lead us to the restart zone. Green going. We're back underway at Daytona. 20 laps to go here in duel number 1. Cutlip jumps down in front of Ethan Burrell. So you see Johnny Thomas with a big move, filling the gap between Eitzen and Jane Racimus. And that's going to slow down the whole pack there. And impressive to see Jane Racimus up here. That one car has seen better days in this race, but still a lot of speed, despite all the incidents that he has been a part of that he has not caused. See, Cutlip jumps up in front of Thomas. A big shove from Thomas. I don't know if Johnny really liked that. Meanwhile, here comes the pole sitter leading the third lane. Whoa, Cutlip has to drop down as Thomas will not be denied getting the shove from Jaden Racimus here. I believe we're going to have a radio chat coming over here soon. That was funny. You see, whoa, Johnny Thomas doing a little bit of slalom in there. Really trying to control all the lanes. As he's still getting shoved through by Jaden Racimus. Oh, Jaden tried to jump to the outside, but Johnny said no. You see, here comes the third lane. Look at Tate Lytle. We have not said his name, I think, hardly once tonight, but he's making his way up. Not quite able to make the run yet, though, as it is under complete control from the middle lane. But here comes Indelcato making the jump. And he's got his team boss, Seth Rawls, right behind him. Oh, Vandermarl looking to the outside. Oh, big wiggle. Contact between Vandermarl and Bracey. Nervous times, but we stay clean and green for now. Whoa, and here comes Indelcato for the lead, and Seth Rawls, team boss, pushing him through. The pole sitter back on top. Whoa, a big bump. Vandermarl into Jaden Racimus. Jaden having to wheel that car to hold onto it. And we still stay green. Man, the pressure, the craziness. Oh, sideways again for Racimus. Oh, Vandermarl has got to be careful with some of those shoves. I don't know if it's the shove or the damage on Jaden's car, but he is not able to take those pushes. We wrecked twice without actually wrecking right there on that last lap. And meanwhile, it is under complete control from Shift Esports. Seth Rawls now holds the lead of the outside. Johnny pushing Indelcato farther and farther ahead. I reckon it's not going to be long. Oh, there you go. Thomas jumps out, but so does Cutlip. And Cutlip going to have help from Burrell. Thomas is going to get some help from Seth Rawls. Rawls with no choice but to shove the 83. He's got nowhere to go. As here it comes Cutlip back out in front. And right now, it is the outside lane getting the job done right now. Jaden drops down in front of Johnny Thomas. Oh, they're having it check up because of it. Oh, Jaden. Oh, boy. As now, here comes Indelcato. He's got another teammate behind him, Trey Eiton. Oh, contact between Dor and Racimus and Indelcato. Whole lot of train paint. Oh no, the one getting squirrely again.
Man, still 16 laps to go. I mean, that's an eternity at Daytona, but you are not seeing a lot of give and take here amongst these leaders right now.
Yeah, it's nothing but take, and I think the only thing given is going to be the foam and the safer barrier here. I feel like we're not that far away from the third big one of the night. And now it's Racimus giving the bump to Cutlip. Jonathan Cutlip trying to use the momentum, trying to get back in front of Johnny Thomas, and he will. And now the top 3 on that line will jump up in front of Vandermarl on the outside, but here comes Seth Rawls with the move, and there's Cutlip with the block. And, like, this has to be ridiculous to watch from those in the middle of the field. Like, Zach, what? Oh, no! There he is! Scott Crump turned into the outside wall! Matthew Weeks getting spun to the infield! Oh, I think we're still wrecking going down into the apron. See Rob Mooney there. I don't know if Moon's actually got any damage. I'm curious to see the 11 car, if he was able to keep it out of the wall. He got turned down to the infield pavement. See contact, I believe that's Crump and Dorr up ahead. You see Matthew Weeks gets bumped by Abbott trying to check up. Oh, it gets turned down into Dallas Myhan, one of the open cars. And they are both spinning. See, it looked like Rob Mooney was able to avoid all of it. I don't think Moons was actually hit anything there. He goes low, avoids Weeks. Yeah, good wreck avoidance there for the 84. Trying to keep his Daytona 500 hopes alive.
Sure, it's hard to tell from the angles we've gotten so far what actually started that incident. It almost looked like maybe a little bit of goofy, almost netcode contact between, I think, Gavin Hibbs and Dustin Dewar that turned. Oh, no, that's just contact. But Gavin was maybe a little higher up. Dusty was a little further down. They kind of just met in the middle. Gavin ends up clipping that left rear of Dustin Dewar, which turns him into the right rear of Scott Crump and turns him head on into the wall.
Yeah, that is a awful break for Dustin Dewar there. Another one of the open cars.
And Corey Abbott, we talked about him being the one that got into Matthew Weeks, but he also got a pretty good shot in the rear there from Kurt Gibson. So he might have damage on both ends of that 21 car. I mean, oh man, what a huge shot he gave to Matthew Weeks. And, you know, we did talk about that in the clash. There were guys that were able to have a pretty significant amount of bodywork damage and still keep the draft, but that was a couple of good shots to in that little chain reaction after the wreck. So we'll see how that affects those guys.
Yeah, you see a lot of cars on pit road right now. See, it would appear that Mark Urbiles did get the lucky dog. So, see Sam Boutwell 2 laps down. Reset the open runners. It's Dylan Havere and once again Frank Foti somehow staying alive, holding on to the second of the 4 transfer spots. And then it looks like the next ones are Rob Mooney and Kurt Gibson. And I don't think I really saw any damage on the 81 car, surprisingly, or if there was, he might have already gotten it fixed.
Right, so he might be in good shape then.
Yeah, no meatballs, so it doesn't look like anyone involved in that wreck is done from this race.
And don't count out, I know he lost 2 laps getting damage fixed under our last caution, but if we get a couple more cautions here in these final 10 laps, which is entirely possible, the way they are racing, if Sam Boutwell can stay out of them, that's going to be the key, because obviously if you pick up an incident point in any of these incidents that bring out the caution, you're not going to get the free pass. But if he can get those free passes, he'll be right back in the mix here.
Yeah, right now, it appears that Sam is the only one running any laps down, so he doesn't even really need to be in the pack. He can just ride at the very back, give himself a good buffer, and so that way he's not in the firing the firing radius, blast radius, whatever you want to use, if we do get those wrecks, and so he can make sure that he can get by the aftermath and not get that incident that would take away the lucky dog. And, I mean, knock on wood, let's be real, with under 10 to go, I really doubt we're done wrecking here, Zach. Caution breeds cautions, and insanity tends to build upon itself. We'll go ahead and reset the top 10. It is Cutlip and Jaden Racimus on the front row, with Vandermara, Indel Cotto, and Seth Rawls top 5. Johnny Thomas, Burrell, Trey Eidson, and your top 2 open cars, Dylan Javier and Frank Fodi, rounding out the top 10. So we see the pace car getting ready to make the hard left-hand turn onto pit road. Jonathan Cutlip will lead us back to the restart zone. Green means go. We're back underway. 9 laps to go in duel number 1. And a fantastic push from Justin Vandermarle into Jonathan Cutlip. And they're both going to jump up to the high side. Kirk Gibson jumping to the 3rd lane. Well, I see there's a big center punch on that 81 car. So it's going to be difficult for Kirk Gibson to try to make his way through the field. Oh, and Delcado blinking as he's getting the shove from Johnny Thomas. But Thomas says, damn the connection, full speed ahead as he pushes in Delcado out front. And in Delcado and Thomas, they're going to drop down to the bottom. Whoa, that got real close. Look at the shove that Thomas is continuing to do. What on earth is under the hood of that Ford? My goodness. They must have the Red Bull F1 engine in that thing. Look at that. Look at that. That is unbelievable.
Tell you what, though, James, the bigger they are, the harder they fall. At some point, that pack's got to form up and take away that run, especially if he has to cool off that engine, and I imagine he'll have to pretty shortly. And it's going to be like they are a rock in a water park.
Yeah, and here they come. Vandermarle and Cutlip jump to the outside. And now Indelcado will join them. Oh, they're 3 wide. Indelcado, he is getting left out to dry. He made one move too many right there, as now Thomas has help from Lytle behind. Indelcado gonna hop down to right behind Justin Vandermarle. As you see, they're scattering once again in the back. And look at that. We got a shift 1, 2, 3 leading the outside as Indelcado back to the lead and back to the bottom as he will block the run from his team owner. And that's going to put them up close to the wall. Nothing doing from that, thankfully, but I'm sure a bit nerve-wracking for Seth Rawls. 6 laps to go. This is exactly how you drew it up if you're Shifty Sports. 1, 2, 3, and now leading the 2 lanes. Dylan Navier is your lead open car, holding in the top 10, the only open in the top 10. Sam Boutwell doing the caution dance, but nothing happening yet as we are coming to just 5 laps to go. Cutlip will look to the outside of Indelcado. Vandermarle will follow. Johnny Thomas will stay to help out the Ford on the inside. That's the one bad thing about jumping down and trying to control both lanes if you're the shift cars. Because now Rawls and Eidson have been shuffled back to just third and fourth in line. They do not control their own destiny.
Oh,
As you
huge
see,
shove from Tate Lytle.
Yeah, pushing the pusher causes Indelcado to jump to the outside. Oh, but here come the shift cars. That's going to put Vandermarl to the outside, and now Cutlip has lost some of his help as here comes Thomas jumping to the outside. As we have 4 laps to go. Oh, now Rob Moon gets turned! And they're scattering all over the place. Heartbreak for Rob Mooney.
I think when we see this replay, it's got to be a case of that car that we've seen blinking in and out throughout the race just made one too many moves that the field couldn't see. And it's got to lead. Yep, he's gone there. And I think when he comes back, he's got to be pretty much on top of somebody. Yeah, no, it actually started behind him. Okay, I stand corrected.
Yeah, Trey Eidson kind of gets down into the 84 and sends Rob Mooney back up the track.
Yeah.
Surprisingly, though, no meatball for the 84, despite hard contact with the left front and getting hit by Justin Vandermarl for good measure. Now, as unfortunate as it is for Rob Mooney, I imagine that the lucky dog has probably gone to his teammate, Sam Boutwell.
Maybe. Here's the does he get?
Oh no.
Well, let's go. Oh, actually, never mind. He might have gotten the contact on the way in here. I can't tell. But then I'm also worried, does he keep it on the blacktop as he heads towards turn 1 here? He's not pointed in the right direction right now. I can tell you that. He saw it at the last minute. He might be okay. I'm not sure. It depends on if there was that contact, because it lines up with as they were going over kind of those bumps where the inlet road is for the road course. So I'm not sure if we saw the bouncing into sparks because of that uneven surface or because there was contact.
Yeah. Let's see. And I think, yep, he is passing cars, it looks like, maybe? Nope, I think it's telling him to drop to the back.
Well, okay then.
Yeah, man. Yeah, like I said, if I was Sam, I wouldn't have been up into that pack. Because you would not have to worry about racing anyone for the lucky dog at that point, so you just stay away and let the wreck be all the way done when you finally get past it.
And of course, the math gets a lot harder now because we're in overtime. We're in the green-white checkered portion. So at this point, for him to get back on the lead lap, he needs the full 3 green-white checkered allotment, and he can't pick up an incident point in either of them. It's going to be a lot harder to get away from it when it's going to have to happen in the first lap of both of these. It's a very we got to do a lot of what ifs to get Sam Boutwell back on the lead lap. Is basically what I'm saying.
Yep, unfortunately so. Well, actually, they're talking about it right now.
I don't know how. My experience has been talking about isn't going to do any good. It's what iRacing says goes. Has always been kind of how that worked.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any. You can negotiate your way into that one, I don't believe.
Well, meanwhile, we are 1 to green. The top 10 is Indelcado and Tate Lytle on the front row. Johnny Thomas and Jonathan Cutlip and Ray Bracey, the top 5. Seth Rawls, Dylan Javier, Kurt Gibson, and Bryce Fody, the top 10. So 3 of the open cars in the top 10. And Dustin Dorr is right behind them, holding the last transfer spot. Well, Zach, is this going to just be one green-white checkered attempt? Or are we going to be using one more?
If I'm a betting man, and I'm not, but if I were a betting man, let's see, how are they lined up front again? There we go. Johnny Thomas is going to push Nick and Delicato out to about the 10-car length advantage like we saw before. And they're going to get to the white flag by doing that. What happens after that? No promises. But they're going to get to the white flag because everybody's going to have to gang up to try and chase down the 2-car tango that's going to break out here on this restart. That's my prediction.
Yeah. And it's going to be a bit of an issue from Indelcado. You know he's going to be looking in his mirror, just wait for that move from Thomas. As you see the pace car making the hard left-hand turn onto pit road. Indelcado will lead us back to the green flag. Green means go. 2 laps to go here in duel number 1. You see?
My prediction is already dead.
Yep, that's how it always goes. As Indelcado is now in front of Tate Lytle on the middle lane, and he's getting the shove from Tate. Meanwhile, here comes Matthew Weeks getting the shove from Gavin Hibbs, trying to make the 3rd lane. And, whoa, we see all kinds of wiggling, all kinds of pushing, as here comes Jonathan Cutlip into 3rd. Johnny Thomas trying to lead the inside, trying to get them back up, but right now there is not enough energy in that inside. Oh, we're going to be 4. We're nearly 4. Oh, and a big wiggle from Corey Abbott off of turn 4. As here we go, white flag. 1 lap to go in duel number 1. Matthew Weeks trying to jump to the outside of Seth Rawls and somehow had enough room to make that move. Rawls is now going to be all by himself. It's going to be a long ways before anyone helps. Oh, he's going to get in front of Mark Robilas. And Mark has to slam on the brakes to avoid shipping the 25 to the inside. Oh, big move from Burrell. Oh, and that's going to push Javier down below the yellow line. Meanwhile, it is I'd say a 5-6 car breakaway up at the front. Indelcado leading this race. Oh, Indelcado trying to throw the block on Tate. Tate getting the shove from Wicks at the line. Tate Lytle wins duel number 1. And at the line, it's going to be Dorr, Robilas, Rob Mooney, and Connor Thompson-Gardner in the top 4 for the open cars. Oh, man.
Look at this mess to get into the race.
No kidding. Believe on the white. Is this? Yeah, this is the white flag. Yeah, you see, look at that move from Rawls. Mark Robilas having to jump on the binders. And then you're going to see, look at the block from Burrell. But Javier says no, keeps his foot in it. And then you see Rob Mooney jump down. in front of Javier. And then coming to the line. Oh, what a battle there to the checker flag for our open cars.
Mooney.
Oh my goodness! Look at the airtime that Dylan Javier got. Turn that thing into a monster truck. Good gracious. Whew, that was wild, and we still have a whole nother one of those to go.
I was about to say, as cool as the graphic is, I will leave it on the screen here for. Well, the other thing too is we probably also need to be transitioning you to the next lobby, so that we can make sure we can bring all the fans the action from Duel 2. So if you want to, we'll take a quick look here. Of course, the top 10: Tate Lytle, Matthew Weeks, Nick Indelicato, Jonathan Cutlip, Gavin Hibbs, Seth Rawls, Dustin Dewar, Mark Revelis, Ethan Brilla, Rob Mooney. They'll all get points for finishing in the top 10 of this duel. Rob Mooney winning the Motor Racing Hard Charger Award. But if Dave, you want to throw up a little kind of a holder screen, and we'll start talking to our top 3 finishers from this duel while you go ahead and get into lobby number 2 here. And we can start with our third place finisher.
Yes, we will. And your third place finisher is going to be Nick Indelicato. Nick, James in the booth. You got a copy?
Yes, sir.
Well, we talking to you again already. It was a heck of a run right there, but unfortunately, just kind of the sit and duck there coming to the checkered.
Yeah, man. Mechanical failure. Internet really didn't do me too hot there coming off 4, but no, that was a ton of fun. I mean, realistically, I think I said it in the interview earlier. I'm just coming into this year trying to have more fun, and just enjoy my time and race. I mean, this is a great group of guys, and I think up front, when you get quality people, you get quality racing. And tonight was just a little bit of that up front, and it was a ton of fun getting to race with these guys again. And man, plate tracks aren't my thing, but I think I was just racing free, and it worked out.
Yeah, you absolutely were. But, the internet, it caused some issues, but it really didn't cause you any issues. You were still able to really mix it up and fight for the win despite all that.
Oh yeah, for sure. It was just one small blink at the end there coming off 4. I think I played it pretty good. I was half throttle there, backing up to Tate's bumper and hoping he wasn't going to get a run, even though eventually you're going to get one in these cars. But I think it was a good little practice session for me, and being on pole helps a ton going into the 500.
Absolutely, and that gave you a whole lot of data there, giving you an insight on what's going to happen coming to the checkered and what you need to worry about here.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it next week. It's going to be pretty chaotic, that's for sure. So you got to miss the wrecks to make it to the end.
Absolutely, but hey, it was still a great run for you. Get some good points, and you're still going to be leading the field to green here next Wednesday. Any sponsors, plugs, and shout-outs you'd like to give before we let you go?
Yeah, I mean, shout out to my whole team, Shift Esports. We've been here for a couple of years now, and I think we've really made a name for ourselves in this league and in iRacing in general. So, shout out to Seth Rawls, one of our owners, for putting it on each and every week and making all the paints and getting the roster set. He's genuinely the best. So, I couldn't ask to be with a better group, and just looking forward to get going next week.
Absolutely, and we appreciate you, Nick, and hopefully we're talking to you again here next week.
Hope so too. Have a good night, guys. Thank you again.
All right. Now, time to talk to our runner-up from the duel, Matthew Weeks. Matthew James in the booth. You got a copy?
Yeah, I got you.
Well, you weren't able to get the push from Tate to get the win on Monday, but you were able to give Tate the push to get the win today. A little bit of interesting role reversal right there.
I wouldn't say I technically pushed him. I think he had the run and was going to get it anyway, but the air push kind of helped. But hey, man, P2, it seems like we're starting off Daytona good. The real important one next week, just need to go one more spot.
Absolutely. And with all that, though, how much confidence does this give you going into next week and knowing that you're still able, like you've done in the past, to get up and be in the front coming to the checker flag, even with your damage? Like, you got heavily involved in an incident and it didn't show at all.
Yeah, I had like 2 minutes, I think like 2 minutes, 30 seconds of damage. So those next two cautions really, like that caution that I was caught in the wreck in and the next one really helped me get it all fixed. And then I felt pretty good. And like I say, every time we come to Daytona, man, dude, my confidence when I race like these type of tracks is massive. I don't know what it is. I just have a knack for it, especially in the cup car. And I mean, I don't understand it. I just understand, I guess, how the runs work, how to really side draft, how to really time my moves. Because you notice, I rode around all night tonight. I was just chilling, just waiting. We got the damage, and I think on that last restart, I was like 14th or 12th, and I just drove all the way up there. I mean, just for some reason, when we get to Daytona, man, I feel good. I feel like season starting, confidence is high. I mean, I've won here quite a few times, and every time I come here, I feel like I can win the race.
Absolutely, and we've seen that time and time again, trying to bring home number 4. But any sponsors, plugs, and shout-outs you'd like to give tonight before we let you go?
Shout out to my buddy Justin Vandermeer, man. I know he paints all these schemes, and I decided to do a little poll, on Twitter to bring back the scheme I ran for so many seasons for the 500 or run the silver one, and everyone voted, so we decided we're going to do it. It still looks as good as it ever did, man. It looks good going around the track. So shout out to Justin, always painting some bangers for me. Shout out to you guys, especially Dave, you, James, and Zach, sitting around on tonight is probably like the longest night with the qualifying and the duels. I mean, I know it gets boring up there in qualifying, but I'm glad we livened up the action during the race, during these duels. So shout out to you guys for sitting around and doing this for us. Chad, everyone that's part of the league, all the sponsors, everyone's an admin. Shout out to Chad for actually race controlling tonight. He's actually doing something, so I'm proud of him actually doing that. All the Pro Edge guys at Duel 1, man, we were good. And qualifying, we qualified up there. It was fun working with Ethan. He was quick. He got caught in something. It's nice to see Josh, Joshua Chin joined us, so I can't wait to watch him in the second duel. And all the, fueled up guys that, we're one big clique, and we've kind of known each other for a long time, so it's always good racing those guys. So, and shout out to everyone that raced tonight in the duel. That was fun. It was really fun. Even though the wrecks, it was a good time.
Absolutely. Well, we appreciate you, Matthew, and hopefully we're talking to you again next week.
Yeah, I hope so.
Alrighty, and it looks like we're just about ready to start Duel 2, so we're going to have a quick word with our Duel 1 winner. Real quick, Tate, how about it? You were able to get the dub after, playing it safe for a good chunk of the race, but making your way up to the front right when it mattered the most.
Yeah, I didn't want anything to do with it up there the first 40 laps. First 40 laps don't matter. Yeah, I just was saving fuel. I was like, if we go green, I'll have the shortest pit stop, and I'll jump half of them anyway. And so we were just vibing back there, listening to some music, hanging out. Kept having to. I mean, it was like turn 11 at Sonoma about 4 times, hitting the brakes for those wrecks. But yeah, and then it was kind of tough sledding going to the front from like 12th. It took me a couple tries, but we're finally able to get in the right line and get up there. And then that last restart, it was kind of just who could get the run at the right time. And I just decided finally I was going to push Nick out of 2 there because I was waiting for those guys behind us to get a run, and I was going to try and go with them. But they never really did. So finally, I was like, I'm just going to push Nick. I don't think anyone's going to be able to catch us. I'll pull out a line with like 300 yards to go, and hopefully John will push me instead of him. And he kind of blinked there coming out of the corner. So I just turned low where I thought I would be side drafting him if he was still there. And thankfully that was able to stall him out enough. And Weeks went with me, and we got 1-2. So yeah, 2 nights in a row for the win, and that feels good.
Absolutely. Well, that's a phenomenal win for you tonight, and hopefully we're talking to you again here next week.
Yeah, hey, points leader right now, by the way.
Yes, sir.
Shout out Bojo. Go to him for all your painting needs. If he can't do it, go to John, but go to Bojo. Both of them are really good. And hey, Dave! Oh my gosh, Dave. Get out. Okay, go ahead. I'll leave. Bye. Love you.
Alrighty, time to get to the starting grid for duel number 2 with the front row. Our ERN colleague David Westergreen next to Joshua Chin.
Chinny chin chin.
Chad Turnquist in the 87 and Daniel Falkingham in the 39 on row 2. Gavin Higgins and Paul Mikolajczyk on row 3. Ty McIntosh and Ryan Borges, row 4. Ryan Gable and Kwame Scott round out the top 10. And then we have William White and Justin Wadsworth on row 6. Tyler Fody and Chad Frankenfield on row 7. Row 8 features Austin Inabnit and Tyler Pup. Caleb Pecumer and Jesse Racimus on row 9. Mike Goodman and Gerald Campbell rounding out the top 10. Darren Staff and Brent Jones, row 11. Trey Holmes, Carlos Acosta, row 12. Elate Norgard, Andrew Recker, and then Cale Pocock and Casey Hatch will round out the field in duel number 2. And green means go, and we are underway. Great jump there for David Westergreen as he's getting shoved along by Chad Turnquist. Chin getting the shove from, a big move from Gavin Higgins to jump in front of Joshua Chin. It's an aggressive move already for Higgins. And I tell you, it's going to be you're going to be wanting to keep an eye on those two, Chin and Falkingham. You remember how well they worked together in last season's duels. As coming to the line, it's going to be Gavin Higgins leading lap number 1. Turnquist trying to shove David Westergreen through here. And here we go. There's Chin jumping to the inside of Gavin Higgins. And now it's Higgins getting the shove from Falkingham. Oh, and Higgins might be
wide?
Yep. Higgins getting left out to dry. And he is going to be going all the way to the back. Meanwhile, Falkingham is still the race leader, and he's going to jump down in front of Paul Mikolajczyk. Paul giving the shove to Falkingham here. Meanwhile, Ryan Borges is leading the outside lane with his teammate Kwame Scott right behind him. Shift cars continuing to work together even here in duel number 2 as you see Chad Turnquist jumps up to the outside lane. And now, Zach, we talked about it multiple times tonight. We saw Duel 1 was a bit chaotic. Does that mean this one's going to be the clean, green, and straightforward one?
Sure hope so. Boy, we'll see. Obviously, it's a little bit calmer start. We are not seeing the 3 wide, other than obviously Gavin Higgins getting shuffled out. We are seeing packs of 3x3x3, and I do wonder if, some of these guys, it can go either way after you sit there and watch that first duel and you've been waiting impatiently since qualifying. Either you get real antsy and you start trying to go straight to the front because you're restless, or you're like, nope, I learned my lesson from those dummies. I'm going to be real smart.
Absolutely. As we see the shift cars continuing to hold the lead. Oh, Chad Turnquist looking to the outside of Jesse Racimus. He'll tuck back in. That got a little bit hair-raising right there. Now you see new leader on the inside, Chad Frankenfield. Here comes the 15. And you can feel it. You can already feel that there is a lot more relaxed vibe in this race. It doesn't feel like we're going to see anything real crazy here for at least the next little while.
I think a lot of that, oddly, you hear follows the leader or whatever, but I think that a lot of that energy starts at the front. If the guys at the front are mixing it up, changing lanes, you got the leader moving back and forth, trying to make blocks, then it gets a little more restless in the pack. And instead, you're seeing right now it's mostly orderly, too wide. Chad Frankenfield got out front, he jumped up to the middle, and Daniel Falkingham just casually went on by ahead of him, and he's got the shove from Paul Mikolajczyk, Josh Chin, and it's just kind of been a much more orderly. Every once in a while, you see a guy move from the bottom to the middle, or vice versa, but not those absolutely crazy moves or the 3-wide action we saw in the first duel early on.
Absolutely, and already we have the pack has been broken up all night long. You see, it's already starting to build back up a bit. You see Chin up to the high side. It's like Kwame Scott might be pulling a nope right here. Meanwhile, it's Mikolajczyk in front of the inside, getting shoved by David Westergreen. Oh, here comes Trey Holmes. He jumps down to the inside, taking the lead. And he's got Jesse Racimus pushing him right along. And here comes Frankenfield, making it Chad wide on the high side.
I think that's going to work about as well as it did for his Keystone State. Oh, well, maybe not, because Justin Wadsworth got to jump out there.
Yeah, surprise Wadsworth is helping the 15 here. And he is doing himself no favors, as they are starting to fall back. Meanwhile, you see Chad Turnquist and Debris have jumped out. They're giving those two some help, and looks like they picked up a third member up there. I believe I can't quite see who it is. Meanwhile, up front, Mikolajczyk leads this race next to Trey Holmes. See, now the three wide starting to happen more and more as you see Ryan Gable looking to the outside of Carlos Acosta. So apparently it might have been a little bit of a connection issue for Kwame Scott. That's why we saw him jump out of line earlier. And he said he blinked out for about a lap. It didn't look like anything that I saw on my end, at least, Zach. While Gable trying to make what remains of the third lane work as he's starting to go backwards and take Kwame Scott down with him. Falkingham, your race leader in Chin, up there in front of the outside lane, getting the shove from, I believe, Ryan Borges. We're already 10 laps through duel number 2. You see, we are single file for the first 5 cars or so. Oh, here comes D West. Jumps to the outside, trying to lead Chin to the front. And here comes Trey Holmes. But Falkingham, of course, shuts the door on Holmes. So you see all the cars wiggling all over the place with the pushes. Mikolajczyk continues to try to bring the inside lane up with him. But right now, it is complete control for the middle. See Holmes is getting the shove from Joshua Chin. Oh, maybe too much of a shove right there. Gets the 23 sideways. Nervous times for everyone watching that. Oh, they're getting squiggly. Oh, no. Oh, boy. Well, all that talk about it being clean and straightforward starting to go out the window. Oh, look at the big move from Gavin Higgins jumping to the inside of Falkingham. But that move didn't really help Higgins any, as here comes Gable, jumps to the inside with help from Westergreen. And meanwhile, the 15 is starting to make his return. Maybe. Oh, almost contact between Campbell and Mikolajczyk right there. That got a bit sketchier than anyone would have liked to have seen. Oh, here comes Westergreen. Big move. Jumps out in front of Falkingham, and now he's going to be left all alone. But he's able to jump back in front of Kwame Scott. That looked like it was going to be disaster for David Westergreen, but it worked itself out about as well as you could have hoped for there, Zach.
Yeah, I mean, not for David Westergreen. I think he maybe had the right idea, but the execution was just a little off. Ended up in that third lane. And It's got to take a lap or two for this middle lane to get back going again.
Yeah, but considering he was gonna have no help up there on the outside, think if you're the 9 car, you'll take being able to grab the lead of the third lane. As you see, he tucks back in, or not quite. Was maybe looking to, but now he's starting to get left behind. Yeah, just was not able to time it right, and now he's got work to do here. He's still holding on to the last transfer spot. Is up front. It is Gable versus Falkingham for the lead of this race. And now it is Wadsworth as Falkingham tucks behind the 01. As you see everyone start to scatter a bit. Whoa, a big move from Wadsworth and a bigger block from Gable. And now Wadsworth is just trying to push the 01 out, and there he goes, but he's got no help. Now he does. Here comes Falkingham as they're about to lap a late Norgard. Not sure what happened with the 12, but he is already going a lap down, and that's going to cause some issues in the pack as they're trying to get by him. Oh, 3 wide around the lap car. Tense times, but we survive. See Carlos Acosta, the lone car, up in the third lane.
Now it looks like on the scoring pylon, Darren Staff is also well off the pace, so we might be approaching him here in the next little bit. There he is, just in front of the leaders.
Yeah, not sure what happened with them. Did they miss the start or something? As you see, there goes the pack going by, and that's going to allow all kinds of openings. That's 2 open cars going a lap down already. They are absolutely doing the caution dance. Ooh. Oh, that was a big move by Chin in front of David Westergreen. And now Falkingham switches lanes, and here comes Gable. Falkingham getting the shove from Wadsworth. This is basically what we saw in the closing laps of the clash. As Falkingham gonna block the runoff from Kwame Scott. Oh, Joshua Chin just barely had enough room in between the 6 and the 26 there. And now I was waiting for that move, and there it is. Chin taking the lead of the inside, taking the lead of this race. Getting the shove from, I'd say, his running partner at this rate, Daniel Falkingham. Again, we saw those two work so well last time here in the duels, and they are continuing to work together to a success right now. Well, you see Wadsworth maybe sticking the nose out. Not sure if he's trying to get air or not, but whoa, as you see Kwame Scott drops down to the bottom as the outside lanes are starting to fall apart. Here comes Gable. Whoa! Bit loose making that move. Shaking the rear of that car in front of Justin Wadsworth's face. And look at Westergreen trying to get to the lead of this race. Whoa, bit of a big shove from Gable. They were a bit crossed up there. But they gather it back up, and Gable is going to push Westergreen out in front of this race.
There it is.
Oh, man! Big move from both Wadsworth and Ryan Gable to the inside of the 9 car. But Westergreen, with the help from Trey Holmes and the pole sitter of this race, will lead the lap. And I want to say that might have been the first lap he's led tonight, but I'm not entirely sure about that. But Wadsworth pushing Ryan Gable along. Huge shoves. Look at that. He is getting that old 1 car sideways as Gable is going to block the run from the outside. Now Gable moves to the inside. Whoa. Bit loose for the outside lane. And the interesting thing here is that I'd say we're about most of the way through this fuel run. I'd imagine everyone's starting to look more and more at that fuel gauge as these laps wind down.
Yeah, you're probably still, I don't know, 10 to 15 laps, depending on how the fuel mileage is in the draft away. But that's when you definitely start looking, when you start seeing that fuel calculator that these guys have on iRacing dip into those single digits on the lap counter. You start thinking about, you know, the risk benefit analysis of making moves versus burning fuel, or if you know you gotta make that green flag pit stop, you're gonna have to do it from the inside lane. Can I afford to make a move on the outside and risk getting trapped out there if I'm really low on that fuel number? So we'll see. We'll probably see here in the next few laps, guys starting to single out with that in mind, but I don't think we're quite there yet.
Yeah, and it's a difficult position for those that have spent quite a bit of time up front, like Falkingham, Wadsworth, Westergreen, Chin, to where they're obviously burning a lot more fuel than everyone else. And you see pretty much all those cars I mentioned up in the outside lane right now.
Well, the good news is with it taking this green flag complexion, I mean, it's got to be a one-stopper pretty much no matter what. Nobody's going to be in danger, I don't believe, of running out here in the next 2 or 3 laps. Josh Chin had to abort on jumping down to the bottom there, and that's got to kind of stack up this second lane. But, you know, I think everybody's comfortable on fuel in that regard. So if you are one of those guys that has burned more fuel, it just means you're going to try to line it up, get your dance partners together to pit with you a little earlier in this run. You'll just be some of the first guys down pit road.
Yeah, and pretty much every major organization has a lot of representation. So whether you're a channel. Oh, big sideways for Mikolajczyk off of the bump from Justin Wadsworth. Paul having to hold on to it as we were going into turn 1 right there. But yeah, if you're a channel 199 Lake Norman South Shore, you've got help around. Oh my goodness. Oh, there's a big checkup right there towards the middle of the pack.
I mean, when you get down to the science of these green flag pit stops, I mean, you know, you talk about teammates and all of that, but I guarantee you some of these guys are in Discord voice calls that have 12, 13, 14 people in them, whether it be teammates who are in this duel, spotters, whatever the case may be, teammates who ran in the first duel, they're keeping an eye on the action. They're gonna be able to line it up. It's almost worse than the OEM partnerships we see in the real life NASCAR races at these super speedways. As far as the guys, they're gonna work together to figure out this pit stop situation. It almost creates, from my experience in the car, it can be really tricky to figure out the green flag pit stop because there's a balance. You want to have draft partners. You don't want to go down pit road by yourself. You really don't want to go down pit road with only 2 or 3 cars. But if you start creeping into that 10 or 15 cars, then you start holding yourself up. You start stacking up on pit entry and losing time that way as well. You got to find a sweet spot.
Yeah, I've always had a bit of a different mindset on that. I actually like to come down pit road for plate races with as few cars as possible. Ideally, like 2, 3. Heck, sometimes I have no problem just going down pit road by myself, and it's because of what you said. You can be so much more efficient as few cars as there are. You know, yeah, you're missing out on a lot of speed just from being in the bigger pack and all the energy. But you lose so much time trying to, you know, keep tabs on all the cars around you, making sure you're not going to be hit, making sure you're not going to hit anyone, trying to figure out where your box is, trying to see if you can figure out where the boxes of those around you are so you don't run into anyone or you're not stuck outside of someone that pits a lot farther down pit road than you are. So to me, I like to do that because you can be more efficient, and the time you lose being in a smaller pack, you kind of gain back from having a quicker, more efficient pit stop.
I think the way that can work out, and it has worked out for me, like you say, if you get on and off pit road quicker than the other guys, it's way better to be a second or 2 in front of the pack when it all cycles out and the pack catches up to you, because then you can just blend into the pack, even if you don't have, because you only have 2 or 3 cars. If the pack catches you because they're quicker, fine, but you get to join them. If you come out behind the pack, you can't catch back up to the pack with only 2 or 3 cars.
Absolutely, and that's the name of the game, you know, trying to survive the pit stop and stay within the lead draft. Yeah, obviously, the dream is to be able to get the pit stop and separate yourself from everyone else and just have it be you and your handful of teammates with you. But the likelihood of that isn't high. But as long as you survive the pit stop and keep yourself safe and in the main pack to be able to go for the win, that's the important thing. Is, oh, things are getting real crazy right there. Westergreen pushing Chad Turnquist, who was a little slowed up by the 14 of Tyler Pop, maybe trying to make his way up there. And that was major nervous times for everyone in that mid pack. And you hope that we aren't all that close to pit stops right now, because there's a lot of cars on the outside lane that have no hope of getting to pit road anytime soon.
Yeah, the numbers I heard kind of fluctuated between 36 and 40. I'm going to assume a lot of these guys on the outside are closer to the 40 than the 36, or I'd be real nervous.
Yeah, because that'll cause a big run real quick. Someone just doing a little bit of and everyone goes flying into the catch fence. You see, Jesse Racimus is absolutely shoving Daniel Falkingham through. Look at that. Similar to what we saw with Thomas and Indelcado. And just like those two, they are going to get swallowed up immediately. There's William White, jumps to the outside, but gets blocked by Falkingham. See a whole lot of red, white, and blue behind the pink of Falkingham. As Trey Holmes has jumped down, but he's going to have to wait a while before he gets some help from Jesse Racimus. I think I might need the team graphic again because I'm pretty sure those two are teammates, but I am not entirely sure. Trey Holmes and Jesse Racimus.
No.
Let's see. Nope. Okay. Pro Edge is Josh Chin, Holmes, and Wadsworth in this one. And Racimus is teammates with Falkingham on fueled up with Hatch and Mikolajczyk. Meanwhile, you see William White is now leading this race, and he's got Kwame Scott right behind him. There's two open cars leading this right now.
Oh, sideways!
Mother of mercy! What a save from Daniel Falkingham. That was the most sideways we've seen any car get tonight. Good Lord, have mercy.
Must have been a bump at just when that car is at its lightest on the exit of 4. But Daniel Falkingham able to reel it back in and honestly didn't lose a whole lot of speed. I think Josh Chin gave up more speed checking up to avoid wrecking Daniel Falkingham than Falkingham gave up on his own.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. Like, it was a heck of a save, but he also kind of made it as nonchalantly as you could. You see, they
Very
are
similar to the incident we saw in the Clash, right? Where Daniel Falkingham kind of was the guy getting pushed and was the pusher, and somehow as they were all wrecking behind him, he ends up making the pass for the lead that kind of put him in control of those late race restarts on Monday night.
Yeah, absolutely. As you see, the outside lanes start to become the place to be, though, of course, every time, as I say that, they all drop to the bottom, and William White will follow them with the block and stay out in front of this. And now you're just waiting for Falkingham to try the next move, as we see quite a few cars bringing their way in, a lot of Fords. See Kwame Scott, Brett Jones, and Namnit Westergreen, the first of those to finally pit. So far, clean and green, no penalties for everyone. And now the question is, when do we see the rest of them pit? See Trey Holmes and Joshua Chin, they're giving the command. They're bringing it in. And here we go, and it looks
this is
like
a huge pack.
It is a whole lot of Toyotas here. Oh,
they're 3 and 4 wide on it. That's what you don't want, because now how do you get to your box with the guy on your left?
Yeah. Oh, black flag, Hale Pocock.
Oh, and that's
and I think. Go on.
Tyler Popp had almost missed his box. He ends up almost stopping right in the path of traffic. I think Justin Wadsworth got a piece of him. Don't know if it's going to be enough to cause significant damage, but it did. I mean, yeah, Tyler Popp misses the box here in that 13 car. And that's what we were talking about. That's just this. And boy, that was almost bad for Chad Frankenfield as well. That happened right in front of him. You could see the damage to the rear of the 13 car.
Here we go. Here are the last few stragglers. White, Goodman, Borges, and Gerald Campbell. Meanwhile, trying to... Oh, Ryan Borges slid through his box, and that's going to be a killer. That It's not a lot of time lost, but it will be long enough to cost him the draft.
Oh,
no! We got it! Caleb Pecumber getting turned!
What is this going to do?
Oh my goodness.
Will those guys that were on pit road be able to get out in time? I'm not sure. I mean, obviously they're not going to go a lap down or anything, but I'm curious where they're going to line up as a result of the timing of that caution. We'll get a look here at the incident. It's right there at exit of turn 4. That seems to be the trouble spot with the bump draft. If you catch it, obviously you want to get to that back bumper as early as you can and try and get that push down to front stretch. But if you time it wrong, you're catching the car at the worst possible moment, and it's just got to have a hard time not spinning out.
Yeah. It is unfortunate for Pecumber, and it'll be interesting to see how much damage Joshua Chin has got from that. The nose of the 93 is center punched something fierce.
Now, had Goody pitted? I'm assuming he had.
Yeah, he had.
Okay.
Yeah, he went in with William and Campbell. And
So he was in
Borges.
that last group. So it looks like with the so yeah, that worked out well for them. It looks like.
It really did.
I was not sure. It was either gonna be really good or really bad. I'm never quite sure.
Yeah. All right. Well, we are gonna go ahead and get our first break in of Duel 2, and we'll be back with you shortly.
The 5th annual Enjoy Illinois 300 is roaring into Worldwide Technology Raceway on Sunday, September 13th, bringing NASCAR Cup Series racing to the most challenging track on tour. Watch the world's greatest drivers battle it out in high-speed, side-by-side action. But it's more than a race, it's a full weekend experience. Whether you're a lifelong NASCAR fan or just looking for an unforgettable gateway getaway, get your tickets now at www.raceway.com.
If you've been waiting for the right time to upgrade, that time is now. Score up to $4,000 off on a 26 brand new Ford Explorer. And our Ford Explorers come with the Bolin Lifetime Powertrain Warranty. So get to Tom Bolin Ford in Hannibal. Heck of a deal, ain't it?
Blue Egg Marketing. Rev up your business with Blue Egg, your marketing pit crew. Turbocharge your lead generation with experienced drivers that can navigate the competitive track to connecting with your customers. With Blue Egg, you're always in the pole position, leading your brand towards victory lane. So don't spin your wheels, accelerate success with Blue Egg, fueling small businesses to win big.
The Lucas Oil School of Racing. Simply stated, we are the professional ranks where the quality of the equipment often dictates the outcomes, and all of our cars are designed to perform and race as close as humanly possible. None of our competitors will have an advantage from engineering tactics. Rather, you will compete on a completely level field with a score of immensely talented up-and-coming drivers, all pushing each other to reach their new heights in their respective pursuit in becoming a professional race car driver. Every year, our top-performing graduates move on to the professional racing ladders of IndyCar, F1, and IMSA. Whether drivers compete in 1 or 2 seasons of our series, when they are ready to move on, they are ready to move. The training you receive in our school is an unmatched, unforgettable, first-class education combining the very best racing instruction and education.
Before anyone else was talking about it, we were building it. Sim Gaming Expo, America's original, community-driven, multi-genre simulation gaming event. Experience the latest hardware and tech, meet creators, watch live competitions, and celebrate your passion with fellow sim enthusiasts. Join us September 18th to 20th, 2026 at the Schaumburg Convention Center in Schaumburg, Illinois. Be a part of history. For tickets and information, visit simgamingexpo.com.
Alrighty, we are back and about ready to get back at it, and a lot of confusion going on about lineup with caution coming out right in the middle of green flag pit stops there, Zach, and we always see it seem to get really out of whack whenever something like this happens.
It does, but at the end of the day, iRacing, a lot of drivers are going to argue, oh, I should be here, I should be there, and iRacing, there are some things iRacing gets wrong, but when it comes to something like this, it's pretty good, right? It knows where all the cars are. It does a pretty good job of knowing at the time of the caution where you should be, where you should line up. Kind of like restarts, right? Usually, if you're arguing against iRacing on a jumped restart, you're wrong. iRacing usually gets those kind of things pretty spot on, and you're better off just doing whatever iRacing tells you to do and getting on back to racing.
Yeah, as inconvenient and as frustrating as it may be, but them's the breaks sometime. As the pace car getting ready to make the hard left-hand turn onto pit road. Mike Goodman will lead us back to the restart zone. Green means going. We're back underway at Daytona. A great jump for Goody. A horrible jump for Daniel Falkingham. Very uncharacteristic as he is having to drop down to just P3 in the inside lane. It was not the restart I think any of us were expecting right there. But as I say that, like clockwork, here comes Falkingham back to the lead just like that. Can't keep a good driver down, can you, Zach?
I guess not. I wonder if there wasn't a little bit of communication there, because he picked up Kwame Scott pretty quickly, and they shot right back to the outside and to the front. So I don't know if that was maybe by design or what, but nevertheless, they are out front with Jesse Racines and Tyler Fode in tow.
That they are. Now to keep an eye on the battle for the open spots. It is Kwame Scott, Jesse Racines, Tyler Fode, and Chad Turnquist. All of them in the top 7, with Casey Hatch and Andrew Rucker also in the top 10. Oh, as they're starting to scatter. To see, contact there between Rucker and Ryan Gable. My goodness. And it's only going to get more terrifying from here.
Yeah, unfortunately, we managed to get through those first, 40 laps or so calmly, but now that we're down to 14 laps, with everything that's on the line here for those, especially for those open cars, I think patience is going to go out the window here pretty quickly.
Absolutely. You got a lot riding for a lot of people. Oh, big moment. Rucker getting some serious shoves from Ryan Gable here. Oh, Kwame Scott throwing the block. Andrew Rucker jumping to the high side. And it's going to fall a little bit before he gets some help in the beak of Gerald Campbell, and a little bit of side contact. Rucker into Turnquist. That 64 car seems so unbelievably unstable right now under push. As Kwame Scott out front getting the shove from Tyler Fode here. Scott jumps down to the inside, blocking off the 01. You see is now basically a little bit of a 3-car breakaway between Scott, Gable, and Falkingham. And look, I think Falkingham has got some pushing damage. You see the front of that 39 car is pushed in.
I did see that. I think you're right. I think it's just got a little bit of that nose damage there. And he jumped to the outside there with Ryan Gable.
That was nearly the big one. Scott tried to throw the block on Ryan Gable, and Ryan Gable kept the foot in it. So far, we got another little breakaway here. We got a lot of 3 wide behind trying to get their way back into it. Now here comes Tyler Fode. Look at the run. He's going to give his teammate a push. And it's Late Norman 1-2 at the front. Well, and here comes Daniel Falkingham. And now here comes Scott. Here comes Fode in succession. And Tyler Fode going to take the lead. And here we go. Here comes Scott. Falkingham follows, and now Fode falling back down to Chad Turnquist. As we are 10 laps to go in duel number 2. Well, and another big move by Scott. Shove forward from Gable. These moves are getting bigger, and these runs are going to get bigger. No 3 wide as of yet. Have to go all the way back to Gerald Campbell, way out of the ways to see any sort of 3 wide. And Falkingham, even with that damage, able to lead and lead well. Now we're starting to get some movement. You see Joshua Chin trying to build the outside lane, but still not enough energy built up. As Daniel Falkingham continues to hold on to the lead of this race. And don't look now, there's the 15 car jumping out of line. Here comes Chad.
That second line just hasn't been able to get synced up. Every time it starts to make some headway, somebody jumps in front and it kind of resets the progress. I think now they finally have a little bit of a head of steam now on the outside.
And here comes Falkingham to throw the block, and that's going to cause a little bit of a checkup. Oh, we're wrecking in the back. Oh, David Westergreen turned around. See a checkup, and Gerald Campbell just getting into the back of the 9.
And that's a hard hit to the left rear. I did not catch who it was that got into after David Westergreen was spun sideways. Yeah, you can see the checkup starting to form there, and Gerald just out of shape, gets into the back of him. Westergreen slides up into Justin Wadsworth and Tim Sping, and that's Trey Holmes that comes in and hits Westergreen on the left rear. That is probably not healthy for the toe links and such. Does Wadsworth get out of, or is Holmes also going to hit him? Holmes, I think, maybe drove himself into the wall to miss, just barely get by Wadsworth. Wadsworth might actually get out of this relatively unscathed.
Yeah, wow. Yeah. Debris the bird looking a little bit like a dart without feathers on that one. well, we're going to go ahead and get another break in, and we'll be back for what's sure to be a wild finish here.
The 5th annual Enjoy Illinois 300 is roaring into Worldwide Technology Raceway on Sunday, September 13th, bringing NASCAR Cup Series racing to the most challenging track on tour. Watch the world's greatest drivers battle it out in high-speed, side-by-side action. But it's more than a race, it's a full weekend experience. Whether you're a lifelong NASCAR fan or just looking for an unforgettable gateway getaway, get your tickets now at www.raceway.com.
If you've been waiting for the right time to upgrade, that time is now. Score up to $4,000 off on a 26 brand new Ford Explorer. And our Ford Explorers come with the Bolin Lifetime Powertrain Warranty. So get to Tom Bolin Ford in Hannibal. Heck of a deal, ain't it?
Blue Egg Marketing. Rev up your business with Blue Egg, your marketing pit crew. Turbocharge your lead generation with experienced drivers that can navigate the competitive track to connecting with your customers. With Blue Egg, you're always in the pole position, leading your brand towards victory lane. So don't spin your wheels, accelerate success with Blue Egg, fueling small businesses to win big.
The Lucas Oil School of Racing. Simply stated, we are the professional ranks where the quality of the equipment often dictates the outcomes, and all of our cars are designed to perform and race as close as humanly possible. None of our competitors will have an advantage from engineering tactics. Rather, you will compete on a completely level field with a score of immensely talented up-and-coming drivers, all pushing each other to reach their new heights in their respective pursuit in becoming a professional race car driver. Every year, our top-performing graduates move on to the professional racing ladders of IndyCar, F1, and IMSA. Whether drivers compete in 1 or 2 seasons of our series, when they are ready to move on, they are ready to move. The training you receive in our school is an unmatched, unforgettable, first-class education combining the very best racing instruction and education.
Before anyone else was talking about it, we were building it. Sim Gaming Expo, America's original, community-driven, multi-genre simulation gaming event. Experience the latest hardware and tech, meet creators, watch live competitions, and celebrate your passion with fellow sim enthusiasts. Join us September 18th to 20th, 2026 at the Schaumburg Convention Center in Schaumburg, Illinois. Be a part of history. For tickets and information, visit simgamingexpo.com.
Alrighty, we are back and about ready to get back at it. We're going to have 4 laps to go when the green flag comes back out. And I hope everyone is watching closely, because we're going to be in for one wild finish here, Zach.
Oh, absolutely. You know, late race shootout here at Daytona. We've seen the kind of racing this package can put on, both on Monday night in the Clash and so far tonight. You know, it's got to be all out here between these guys racing for the dual win and trying to make their way into the Daytona 500 as those open drivers.
Yes, sir. As the pace car makes a hard left-hand turn onto pit road. Daniel Falkingham will lead us back to the restart zone. Green means go. We're back underway here at Daytona. You see a very even start. Falkingham right alongside Hyde Frankenfield, and Frankenfield will get shoved out in front by Ryan Gable. Whoa, big wiggle for William White right in the back. Nothing too bad going on right now. As Frankenfield is getting the huge push from Ryan Gable, and he will block the run from Falkingham. And now it's Ryan Gable going to be getting the shove from his teammate Tyler Fody. Look at the shoves. No one is lifting whatsoever. As we are coming to 3 laps to go, and here comes Falkingham. Racimus jumps out to help his teammate. Falkingham getting pushed. Oh, they're a little off center, Racimus and Falkingham. And that's going to allow Frankenfield to just edge back out a little bit as he's getting help from Kwame Scott. But there's a little bit of a gap from the inside lane, and that's going to sap enough energy for Falkingham to be all alone out front. Still getting the shove from Racimus. Racimus is also trying to play rear gunner from Ryan Gable right behind. Oh, they're a little off center. They've got to be careful. Racimus and Falkingham could very well be put in the sucker hole if they're just a little bit off on their movement. Has 2 to go as we got a couple cars going down below the yellow line. As we're going to be 3, almost 4 wide. Oh, man. Oh, they're all... Oh! Contact between Gable and Falkingham! Oh, there's wrecking! We got cars going around! Darren Staff, Casey Batch! Oh, they're still wrecking! Borges and Batch still wreck, and Darren Staff gets involved! Oh, man.
And we are going to overtime.
Yep. You see, oh, look at that. Gonna see, I think just a bit of an accordion effect from what was going on up front.
Yep, they're all stacked up bumper to bumper on this outside lane. I really can't tell what happened for the actual contact that sets this off there. I guess the 64 of Andrew Rucker ends up coming down a little bit. I think he's trying to line up with the 45, and they're all drifting a little bit left. Eventually, Rucker gets into the right rear of the 60 car there, and kind of sets this all into motion. The 60 being Austin and Abnett, and then he comes down into the pack there, and that just sets it all off there. You see Michael Goodman almost all 4 wheels off the ground at one point there. And there you see kind of the secondary incident. Paul Mikolajczyk saw Ryan Borges working his way back up the track and tried to get away from him, but Josh Chin was already alongside his right rear. I mean, if Mikolajczyk goes, and then it keeps going, because Darren Staff shoots up the racetrack. I mean, if Mikolajczyk had not turned right, he was going to get hit by Ryan Borges, but then you have this.
Oh, man.
And that's a huge hit for Darren Staff. I'm not entirely sure. Oh, was that Gerald? He clipped there.
And look at the airtime good he got.
Yeah, I think unfortunately for Darren, I mean, he definitely went off in an odd angle, but at the same time, he was trying to drive out of it for a long time, and probably hindsight 2020, discretion the better part of valor, probably too long considering the angle he had gone off. Whereas if he had just locked it up, he might have been able to get that car woed up before it came shooting back up the racetrack. But once you start hitting those bumps, if you hadn't started slowing down by that point, these things don't have airplane flaps on them. They're not going to slow down if the wheels aren't touching the ground.
Absolutely. Oof.
So what does that set us up with for this upcoming restart?
Well, here we go. We are 1 to green. Kale Pocock was the one who ended up with the lucky dog on that last one. Yep, your open transfer spots right now is Turnquist, White, Fody, and Racimus. It looks like Daniel Fockingham is going to be choosing the outside here. So Borges, Chin, and Batch have meatballs. So Casey Batch, an open car, that's going to be the end of his speed weeks.
Now, what could be interesting here, obviously, I felt pretty good about everybody being able to make it to the end after that green flag pit stop, but how many guys took enough extra fuel should this go multiple overtimes? We'll find out. Well, maybe we won't. Hopefully we'll be done on the first one, but we could find out. Stay tuned.
Yeah, it remains to be seen on whether or not that's going to happen. It's a pace car getting ready to make the hard left-hand turn onto pit road. Daniel Fockingham will lead us to the green flag. Green means go. We're back underway at Daytona. 2 laps to go in duel number 2. And you see a big jump for Fockingham, and he's got his teammate Racimus right behind him. That's why he chose the outside. Oh, no, and a big wreck already! Oh my goodness. Wow.
What on earth happened here? Did they even make it to the corner before they started crashing?
I don't think they did. You see, looks like Kwame Scott going 3 wide middle, contact with Rucker. And, this is going to be a painful hit for Justin Wadsworth. Yeah, so Kwame Scott is talking about there being some room for 3 wide, and while that technically might have been true, it's one of those deals where the hole is going to close up faster than you're really going to be able to get in there. You know, I think, Zach, it's one of those, just because you could doesn't mean you should, I'd say.
Well, I don't mean to speak ill of people involved in the incident, but I think anybody who, with a little more experience racing in the Elite Racing League, somebody who's run 100 or 150 races with these guys instead of just a handful, would know there's probably no two worse drivers to stick yourself middle three on a restart at Daytona than Chad Frankenfield and Andrew Rucker. That's a gap that was never going to stay open.
Yeah.
With those two guys in particular. Other guys, you might have got a break there, even with the green-white checkered restart. You're not going to get it with those two guys because they're too busy not cutting each other a break to even give a bleepity bleep about you. So, yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah. Meanwhile, see David Westergreen get lucky dog. He is back on the lead lap, and that got quite a few open cars involved in that. Obviously, Kwame Scott, Austin and Abnett got heavy damage. Rutger involved, so crazier things have happened. Our ERN colleague gonna try to make a miracle happen here. I wonder how many cars we're even gonna have running at 100% after all that.
And it started so well. We had a green flag pit stop.
It did. It was great, but just like DW says, cautions breed cautions. And here we are at green-white checkered attempt number 2. So the meatballs from that is obviously Justin Wadsworth and Austin and Abnett. So their nights are done, and that is likely speed weeks done for an Abnett.
The crown jewels over the past few months have just been incredibly unkind to Austin and Abnett. Obviously, the memorable incidents in the Brickyard 400 and World 600 during our A season, hitting the pit attenuator in the Brickyard 400 after bouncing off the outside wall, exiting turn 4, and then the pit exit incident right in the path of an unsuspecting Ty McIntosh during a green flag pit cycle at the World 600. So, yeah, just that trend continues, unfortunately, for Austin and Abnett. He's probably got to be looking at the schedule and hoping for a little better fortune when we go to, I guess it'll be the Southern 500 would be our next one. On August 26th, yeah, that would be our next full distance race after the Daytona 500.
Well, to reset the top 10, quickly though, there is the upcoming schedule for the Belly Up Cup Series. USA Speedway on race 3. Boy, howdy. Oh, Lord.
There's got to be a lot of mad people between Lakeland, Darlington, and Rudskogen in a 3-week stretch. Oh, and oh, by the way, they're going to get Kentucky to get over it before they do 500 laps at Bristol. It'll be great. It'll be fine.
I do not envy the job of Sam Boutwell. But we see the pace car getting ready to make the hard left-hand turn on the pit road. Daniel Buckingham will lead us back to the green flag. Green means go, and we are back underway at Daytona. 2 laps to go in duel number 2. And you see Falkingham already jumped down in front of Caleb Pecumer. Great recovery from Pecumer. He was facing the wrong way, the cause of the first caution. And now he is side by side with last season's Daytona 500 winner for the lead in duel number 2. Pecumer getting the shove from William White. Turnquist pushing the 39. Down into turn 3. We're seeing a little bit of wiggling, and we got some scattering, a little bit of 3 wide towards the back of the field. Off at turn 4, coming to the white flag. 1 lap to go in duel number 2. As you see Gable and Trey Holmes side by side, and here comes Chad Turnquist getting pushed by Trey Holmes, and he is getting pushed out in front. Look at the run from the inside lane. All of a sudden, Daniel Falkingham finds himself 4th, 5th. Oh, a big wiggle from Chad Turnquist, trying to hold on to it. Continuing to get the huge shove from Trey Holmes. That's Tyler Pop right there behind.
Who's got to jump out? Here comes Pop.
Whoa, and a huge block from Holmes, and he's going to take the shove from Pop. All kinds of sideways, 3 wide. Oh, we're wrecking in the back. Coming to the line, checker flag, and it's Tyler Pop wins duel number 2. William White, Chad Turnquist, Jesse Racimus, and Andrew Rucker, your open transfers. Wow. Wheel issues for Daniel Falkingham. Oh my goodness. Play the memes! Let's see. Yeah, I will say it's kind of a difficult position for Frankenfield to be in, because you see the issues with Falkingham right there and him disappearing. You wonder how much of that was caused by him seeing what was going on ahead and trying to figure out what exactly he was seeing. Because unfortunately, Carlos Acosta, the innocent bystander there.
And obviously, I'm struggling a little bit since I am not in the lobby like I normally would be. Did Falkingham Alt F4 with whatever wheel issue he had?
Actually, I'm hearing it was, in fact, a joke. No tally on the 50.
So, okay.
Whew. Man, what a finish there. Tyler Pop just barely getting it over Trey Holmes. And William White bringing it home in 3rd. Then it's going to be Gable and Turnquist, the top 5. Jesse Racimus, Caleb Pecumer, Andrew Rucker, Gavin Higgins, and Tyler Fody. And Tyler Fody, he is going to have to be an alternate. We potentially might not see the 40 car running in the Daytona 500 next week.
I mean, that's just a testament to how hard it is to qualify for this Daytona 500 against this field. Somebody of Tyler Fody's caliber, his pedigree, winningest driver in this series, and he might be watching with us next week.
Yeah. Well, we're still waiting on our top 3 finishers from that duel. But man, the finishes that we saw tonight were phenomenal. Like, that was so close between Pop and Trey Holmes there at the line.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that on Monday night as well in the Clash. It's kind of like we talked about after that. I felt like with this package we have this season, it's always a wild card going into these super speedway races with the updates iRacing makes or having to react to rule changes in NASCAR, whatever the case may be. You're never quite sure when Daytona rolls around what kind of racing you're actually going to have. It could be really good. It could, frankly, be really bad and single file and hard to pass. What we've got this season for this 2026 B running of the Daytona 500, I think is some of the best we've had in the next gen era here in the Belly Up Sports Cup series, and I'm really excited for next Wednesday.
Absolutely. As it looks like we've got some of our top 3 in, I think we'll go ahead and get started and go ahead and talk to our runner-up there, Zach Trey Holmes.
Trey, I mean, obviously just an absolutely insane finish there, and
I tried,
I don't.
Zach. I tried.
I hear you. I hear you, and I mean, shoot, the fact that you're even up there after being involved in one of those late race incidents, I mean, it was just kind of one of those nights where you just had to survive and be there at the end, I think.
Chaos, absolute chaos. But it's fun. It was fun to be back. I feel, I want to say, renewed, revitalized, and trying to find joy in getting back into league racing. So this was a good step tonight.
And obviously that can be a challenge, especially if you're a guy who, has run as extensively as you have in this league, or anybody that's run as many races you have, closing in on that 150 start mark should come in your second race this season.
Does that make me an elder of elite?
You're in the upper. You're like 20th in total starts.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that.
I'm not gonna go as far as to call you Unk or anything like that, but
well, you kind of just did, Zach.
Look, I get it all the time. They call me old because I'm 36, so it is what it is. But I mean, you talk about it. That burnout can be very real sometimes. Sometimes in off season is exactly what you need to hit the reset button, and how much does that help to get that reset before obviously 500 miles at Daytona next Wednesday?
Oh, it was huge, and I think one of the things that's helped me is I've raced more in this off season than I have in any off season. Just trying to get prepared and trying to get better in little areas. So I think that's what's giving me the confidence going into this season.
Well, now you're gonna be starting near the front next Wednesday. Going to be, I believe, row 2 since Westergreen didn't make the show.
I don't even know what that feels like in the 500.
That seems to be at least one person we talk to every season with this. It's always, I usually get wrecked on lap 20 in my duel, and I start 97th. I don't know what to do with starting up front.
I don't know what to do. But we're gonna go have fun next week. It's I don't want to say it's like a carefree, but I'm just gonna just drive loose, have fun, see what happens.
All right. Well, before we let you go, Trey, who do you have to thank on this run tonight?
I want to thank all of our Pro Edge teammates. I also want to say I'm glad to have Wadsy back. It was definitely fun to have him back in and chatting with him and helping and pushing him during that race. And I'm looking forward to next week. It's going to be fun.
Obviously not the end of the night Wadsy wanted, but I think we all echo that sentiment. It's good to see him back on track, and hopefully next week will go better for him, and you'll be up there with him as well.
I probably should go check on him because that was a hard hit. I think he
hit pretty hard, man.
I just hope Justin's okay.
I think he's all right.
Also, real quick though, I mean, you guys could be being called Unk because you guys are both North Carolina fans. I mean, not.
I, yeah, you could have kept that to yourself. I just after Wade last season went, I don't even know
Oh,
how to feel about that.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's gonna be great. It's not gonna be great. It's gonna be terrible.
Yeah,
Anyway.
probably so.
All right. Well, we'll let you go, Trey. Good luck next week.
Thanks, guys.
All right. So we'll save the winner for last, James. I'll let you talk to our third place finisher here. Or no, not third. What?
No,
I grabbed
I'm not
I
supposed
grabbed
to
the
be here.
completely wrong guy. Get him out of here. Get him out of here. Whoopsie daisy.
Whoops.
Here's
Technical
our third place finisher.
difficulties.
You can talk to this one. I'm sorry.
Yeah. William, well, how about it, my friend? That was a heck of a run there at the end. Get yourself involved in the finish and get yourself into the big show.
Yeah, finally. The adrenaline's flowing. I completely forgot I had obligations here, so I do apologize. Yeah, no, adrenaline was going there at the end. I sort of spent the first half of the race taking it quite easy. Had a run with Falkingham for a little while, but just generally tried to keep the nose clean, be there at the end, and eventually got in the position I needed, got on the high side, which is where I wanted to be, nearer the end, and that just set me up nicely enough to push Caleb as hard as I could. And then the restart was just perfect. I think execution-wise, right positions at the right time, pulled out to the high side, and the finish was quite something as well. So yeah.
Yeah, and this was definitely an interesting race. Obviously, a lot of green flag running and the green flag pit stops and caution coming out right as you were finishing up your pit stop.
Yeah, it was a weird one. I think that's always sort of happened with these duels. One of them's a caution fest, the other one tends to only have sort of one or two, and usually a green flag cycle. And we got that. I wasn't too prepared for it, but executed it well enough and got the tires on. The pit or the yellow, sorry, was about as well timed as it could have been, to be able to just top off with fuel, still restart inside the top half of the field, and just went full send mode from there because I was out at that point. I think there were 4 open cars in the top 8 or something ridiculous at that point, so it was just full send at that point. And third time's the charm. Finally managed to make this race after 2 unsuccessful attempts, so feels good.
Absolutely, awesome run out there. A well-deserved transfer spot into the big show next week. Any sponsors, plugs, and shout-outs you like to give before we let you go sleep, since I know it's really way early in the morning for you?
It is 4:05 a.m., which is I'm extra happy about making the race because I did not want staying up this late to be a complete waste of time. But yeah, of course, the usual partners, University of Chichester, their esports team. I'm not running their logos on this one. I've got a little throwback scheme on from the Brands Hatch race a couple of years ago. Jimmy Hayden photo on there as well. Andrew Hardcastle, the painter of Seb Machine. Everyone at Abbott Motorsports. I had Leighton Norgard and Kale Pocock in my duel with me. There was Corey Abbott, Jaden Racimas as well. In the other duel, everyone I've been hanging out with tonight as well. A lot of the Fueled Up guys, Pro Race guys, they're good fun to hang out with. Obviously, you guys up in the booth. Chad was Race Control Duel 1, Sam for Duel 2. Everyone that puts together quite a strenuous event behind the scenes, trying to get 60 cars to do a lap and then 2 races, one after the other, get lobbies set up, etc. It's a lot of work behind the scenes, and that deserves to be recognised. So absolutely shout out to all those guys, and shout out to everyone for putting on a show.
Alrighty,
and also, sorry, I forgot one. Almost, sorry, my partner Holly. How could I almost forget? She's watching at the early hours of the morning. Can't forget her. Sorry,
I thought he was going to say me.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll see you, Huckleberry. You're behind the scenes.
Yeah, that is definitely one shout out you do not want to forget, because that will put you in the doghouse. Yeah, narrowly avoiding disaster is William White right there. But hey, we appreciate you, William, and hopefully we're talking to you again here next week.
Absolutely, man. Thank you so much. Cheers.
Alrighty, there is your third place finisher of Williamite. Now time to talk to the man of the hour, Tyler. James in the booth. You got a copy?
Copy.
Well, how about that? What a run at the end. You made all the moves you needed to right there on the final lap, and you were also given one wild shove there. Take us through your final lap.
Well, first and foremost, huge shout out to my buddy Alec, who's I never have had a spotter ever in iRacing, and he hopped on here today, and honestly, like I don't know if I do that without him. His ability to call out the runs, tell me what's happening. I just felt super safe and comfortable the whole race, and even when just had a little issue on pit road, you know, I wasn't even concerned because I knew I could drive right back up to the front, and I did. You know, just I knew I had him, and I knew where the runs were going, and I had a good idea of what was working and what wasn't. So and I had tires. You know, a lot of those people up in the front didn't have tires. So you know that a lot of things fell my way today, and then honestly, the last lap I'm going to have to go back and watch. I honestly have no idea what happened in 3 and 4. You know, I kind of blacked out a little bit. It was just flow state, if you call it. Just saw the run coming outside again. You know, Alec, my spotter, was holding me, and I finally took it when I thought it was the right way to do it, and then. I can't even tell you the move that I made to the start finish line to get outside of Trey, who pushed me. I'm going to have to go back and look at it, but I was so due on a plate track. You know, last year I finished third at the 500. I think I came in third in my duel. You know, had the lead in Xfinity going to the white. So love Daytona. Always have great finishes here. Kind of wish this was next week. You know, because all I'm going to do next week is go and run in the back for about 150 laps. But probably we'll try to lead a couple early on, and then I'll see you guys with 20 to go. But yeah, just an awesome way to start the year. I took a little break from the sim for the last month, just to kind of reset, and came back, and couldn't have had a better start at the season.
Absolutely, and go on, Zach.
Yeah, I was just going to say, you kind of touched on the strong run at the 500 last season. We kind of remarked during qualifying is you being one of the guys that earned a charter. You didn't run a ton of races last season, but you ran so well in those races that you were able to earn those points and secure that charter. And obviously a third place finish in the Daytona 500, a huge part of that. What is it, what are you going to take from that? What are you going to take from tonight to next week and try to improve on that third place finish?
I think you just have to stay patient. I think we're driving some tanks right now. We're seeing some wrecks happen that would usually sideline you, and you can get it fixed. But I'm just gonna hang out in the back, honestly. And then I'll let whatever happens. You just you cannot wreck out. You have to be there at the end. That's what I've learned about these races, and there's a lot of inexperienced drivers out there. I'm a little of the older crowd. I'm fine with sitting in the back, staying off the air, and just taking care of my stuff. So I'm just gonna do what I normally do, and I'm always there at the end. So it's just about converting, and then I definitely learned some things that I'm probably not going to share here about what I think and where I want to be. When there's 5, 10, 15 to go, what lane I want to be in, and just trust my gut. Right, and don't overthink it, and just go. So yeah, really confident in this car as well. As you said, I don't know what it is. I have so much pace in these things, and I've never really run them. So really looking forward to a full season in this car to see what I can do. I'll probably kick myself if I do well, and I've been waiting to get into it for so long. But yeah, just again, so excited about tonight. Big shout out to Alec, and yeah, just ready for even more excited now for next week.
Alrighty, well, we appreciate you, Tyler, and hopefully we are going to be talking to you again here next week.
Yep, thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Alrighty, there is your Duel 2 winner, Tyler Popp, and, well, I believe that wraps up a long night of commentary, cars, and screaming here on ERN. Zach, what are your closing thoughts on great night of speed weeks here?
I mean, I'm gonna sound like a broken record right after Monday night, but if you're not enjoying the racing we're getting with these Cup cars at Daytona right now, I don't know what to tell you. I think obviously Tyler's right. There's got to be a lot of riding at points during the Daytona 500. There's got to come a point in the race where everybody's just logging laps trying to get to the end of it. But when we get to the end of 500 miles, it is going to be a really exciting finish with some of the best. I mean, this field gets tougher every season. We talked about that. We talked about guys like Tyler Fode even missing the show. It's got to be some of the best on iRacing battling for 200 laps next Wednesday. You are not going to want to miss it.
Absolutely. But with that, I believe it's time for us to get the heck on out of here. For my broadcast partners, Zach Evans and Dave Huckleberry, I am James Watson, bidding you adieu till next time. Good night, everyone.